don't need moderators yet. Okay, keep it like that. But yeah, I've just been busy in the morning, especially like I load myself up, my schedule up like the first part of the week, like Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. D'Angelo. With the Louisiana license, you could do auto and property. If you took the adjusters, if you got your adjuster license in Louisiana, you could use that to do both. You could do auto and property. I know because I did it. Hey YouTube. So no, you're good. So yeah, y'all, I've been and then like it's like I be so busy with my onboarding and with my mentorships and all that I be like not forgetting, but just not taking the time to post on social media. And I know I gotta do that. I gotta stay in the know. I gotta stay in the know. But I just want to make sure that the people that sign up for me, they're getting everything that they want, and need. So it's like, y'all know how I am with my ADHD. I have to make sure I overly focus. So let me turn that down. I had to pull up YouTube so I can see their comments. So I just spend a lot of time doing that and be like, but now I'm setting a schedule. So I have my schedule here. I'm on and then my daughter downloaded me an app where I'll be able to just pre-record or whatever, set up my social media stuff, and then I could go on about my day and it's gonna automatically go out. So I'm gonna spend the second half of my day getting familiarized with that and getting that set up. So what are y'all doing for the new year? Any resolutions? I don't do resolutions. But anybody else do resolutions? Cause I never did stick. I stopped doing resolutions when I turned 30, cause they didn't help me get anywhere. I haven't eaten. I just been sipping on my tea. I haven't had coffee since last Tuesday. I'm excited about that. I want coffee. I want coffee today. I really want it today. Yeah, I don't see resolutions through. What worked for me is just setting, like, I know what my end goal is, what I want it to be, and then I just start breaking down smaller goals and set intentions every day to get where I need to go. But resolutions never work for me. I never stuck to them. I doubt if I stuck to them 15 days, half of the month. So for me, it's just, I have to like be intentional. I have to be intentional. I mean, very intentional. Or I'll never, get anything done. I'll never accomplish anything. So yeah, I be intentional with it. So I've been working on my vision board. It's just about through. Now I just got to make it look pretty, and I'm going to put it in a frame. And I'm also going to have a digital vision board on my phone. My daughters did not do their vision boards with me this year. They were so busy. I was a little sad about that, but that's okay. And then they came over and was like, oh, you've been working on your vision board? Why you didn't wait on us? I don't wait on nobody. I don't wait on nobody. I don't wait on nobody. I do if I'll just go ahead and do what I gotta do. I do not wait on nobody. Hey YouTube, good morning, afternoon. I don't wait on nobody. And then they fell away when they came in and I had my stuff laid out and I had been just gluing and fixing up my vision board. Mama, why you wait on us? We were supposed to do vision boards last Wednesday. They had a get together Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. With their friends. I did babysit Friday. I didn't babysit the other days. So no, I don't wait on my kids. Same with my YouTube. I may not be able to edit like they do, but it's gotten better. I edit my own videos. I ain't got time to be waiting on them. Cause when I want to get something done, I get it done. I don't wait on my kids to do nothing. I ask them, and if I ask you to do something for me one time, and you don't do it, or you forgot, because if you ask me to do something, I'm not gonna forget. I'm not gonna remind you. And my kids say they hate that about me. But if we sit down and we have a detailed conversation, and I say, I need you to do this and I need you to do that, why I gotta remind you? Hey, Nicole, why I gotta remind you? You don't have to remind me. So yeah, so I did my vision board alone this year. But anyway, so yeah, and I was looking at my vision board from last year, y'all. I got my school. I completed my deployment. I saved up this amount of money. Like, we closed on the house because remember we moved from Texas to Louisiana, and we was in an apartment for a little while, and we was just working on closing on the house, and it was a little different because we were closing on it with a 1099. The first house that I bought, or that we bought, it was on a W-2, and I didn't have to provide as much information, but I could understand why. Because on a 1099, you got to be able to prove that there's steady income. I'm from Louisiana. I moved out to Katy, Texas, and I liked it. But I just didn't like it for my twins. I didn't like the school district. I didn't like it. I just didn't like it for my kids. If it was just me and my husband, I would have stayed. He did not want to leave. My mama did not want to leave. But I was the one struggling with my kids in the school system. So I moved back to Louisiana. I'm about 20 minutes from Baton Rouge, and maybe an hour or so from New Orleans. Oh, you scared? The way I allow myself to be scared of things, but I do it scared. I've been wanting to, I've lived in Louisiana my whole life, and I've always wanted to leave. South Louisiana, and I've always wanted to leave. And my husband agreed, and once he agreed, I was on it. And I really did enjoy Texas. I could tell you this. The ladies, I met some really nice people in Texas. I have 2 lifelong friends I feel like I have in Texas. But it's almost like, especially in the Houston, Katy, in that area, it's like a cult. And I'm going to explain myself. They don't want to let you in. If anybody, look, it is. I could go out there and I could live and I could be in my bubble and be just okay. But I was putting myself out there to meet new people. And at the time, I was really pushing my children's book really hard and, getting out there. And they're just not friendly. They are just not friendly and open. So that's that on that. But yeah, so I was like, when I get the chance, I'm going home. So I'm back in Louisiana. Now I may buy a vacation home somewhere. I'm not sure where. But it won't be Texas. Do you know? And I still got family out there. I got a lot of family out there. My uncles and my cousins, and they've been there forever. I got a lot of family that's still out there. So I'm not lying. They just are not. They are not. Now, my initial thing was to move to Dallas, but my husband was against that. And I feel like if we would have went to Dallas or not just Dallas, but like Arlington or something like that, I feel like I would still be in Texas. But don't get me wrong, I love to visit Houston. I love the food. I loved I liked all of that, but it wasn't enough, to make me stay. And I'll probably be in Houston within the next 2 weeks or so, going over there, to take care of some business. But yeah, but other than that, I don't think I would leave Louisiana again. It's got to be something major, like major. I used to want to live in Georgia, but I don't no more. I used to want to own a home like down in Florida, but I don't no more. So hell, I don't know. But I do want to buy like vacation property or something like that. And I'm almost thinking about the mountains or something. I don't know. It took us. Hey YouTube, I'm over on TikTok too, so I'm not ignoring y'all. I just completed a video that's going up today. It's going up today before 6. I'm not doing a whole lot of editing. I'm gonna cut out some of the Yeah, I went to we go to Gatlinburg all the time. The last time we went was January of 20. Look, when we moved to Louisiana, December 31st of 2020. No, yeah, we moved back to Louisiana December 31st of 2021. The next day we left and went to Gatlinburg. So we go all the time. It was me and my family and my brother. My family is big, my kids. I got 5 grown kids. So it's us, my brother, his wife, and their 3 kids. And we had a wonderful time. I love Gatlinburg. Actually, was that the year? No, that wasn't the year. And then once we went, and then we left right before the fires. You remember the fires up there? Like, it was burning, but it wasn't close to us. But it's like the week after we left, everything, like all the places we visited, and like we drove down this narrow way to get actually into town, all of that had burned and people were running it, getting out of cars and running. We had just left then. And I was looking at because they send me emails, and I was looking to book for either next Christmas, because I'm not doing Christmas at home. This year we did Thanksgiving on a cruise ship with Royal Caribbean. So we're thinking, because the kids wasn't excited about the toys and stuff, not to spend that money on toys and just to take them somewhere to make memories. So it's either the cabins, a cruise. We're leaning towards a 7-day cruise, or the kids want to go to Colorado. So that's what we're working on. Yes, and could you explain what your mentorship program offers? Sure, I will. But yeah, I love Gatlinburg. I like going up there getting the whiskey and stuff like that. If you never had that whiskey, not whiskey, no, it's moonshine. It's moonshine. It's moonshine. We would get the moonshine, like they have strawberry moonshine, chocolate flavored moonshine. Like I like to drink, y'all, socially. But yeah, I couldn't get with the chocolate moonshine. It was just the flavor, but like strawberries, cherries, and berries and stuff like that, it was pretty good. But my mentorship program. Okay, so it's a 12-month program. It's a 12-month program that's broken up into 4 tiers, once every 3 months. We get together, create an action plan based on where you are in your journey of becoming a licensed adjuster. So we start from there, create an action plan together. To be in my program, one of the first things that I started asking is that you have to be all in. if you're the type of person that want me to sit there and constantly email you and text you all day, like I will check in, like at the between the 4 to 6 week mark, check in because life happens, just to make sure everything is good. But I want someone that's ready to take action, right? That's ready to do what it takes to get in, because I'm gonna do my part. I had someone in my program, we decided to part ways because she did the 4 installments, right? And this is one of the first ones when I started doing the installments. Okay, let's do it like this. But she never, like, you're wasting your money and you're wasting my time. So let's cut it, and then when you're ready, we'll pick up where you left off. And that was like, I had 2 people. I did a trial run before I actually just put this out here. And one person, like, everything is on track, already licensed. Now we're going through the other stuff. It's the action plan is going to be based on if you want staff, if you want to be an independent adjuster, so on and so forth. And the first tier is that, then the second tier, the third tier, we're doing, if you've never worked in claims, we're doing file handling, desk managing, policy interpretation, and that'll probably be like in a group session with those classes. So yeah, that's what it is. And then the last part, the fourth tier, would be making sure you're deployed or hired. If you're deployed on a CAT assignment, you get help, one-on-one help with your claims for a certain amount of time now. Because I found that a lot of my mentees got deployed and they did not know what to do with a file. Like, it's almost like I helped them up to a certain point. Y'all know when I was just doing the mentorship sessions, just throwing you the information, telling you what you need to do to get licensed. But it's more than getting licensed. Getting licensed is just a small part of it. A very small part of it. Important part, but small part of it. So you get licensed, then what? You get called for deployment. You've never, because there is a rhyme to the reason. There is a particular way to handle files. Although all companies are different, but at the foundation of, it's way more. But just having that foundation to work a file, like, you gotta be like a special type person. And I did have some of those special people that jumped out there. I helped them a little bit. They caught on, still deployed. Then I had those people that just couldn't hold up. Because we talk about this independent adjusting, we talk about this money that we make. But we need to talk about, like, it's hard. It's a job. I didn't make $100,000 in 10 months because it was easy. So now everybody want to call me, but it's a job. So it's way more than that. It's so much more than that. Especially when you're working 50+ hours a week. It doesn't matter that you're at home. It really don't, because the work still has to be done. And then when you're at home, you got people bothering you. You got your family. You got your kids. They don't realize that you sitting in there. You could be sitting in here. I could take a minute and go on TikTok, and then my husband be like, well, you're not working. Well, God damn, can I take a 5-minute break? You know what I'm saying? So, but yeah, it's a lot. It's a lot. Hey, Chatty Chatty Mother. But yeah, so it's a lot. You can email me, or you can check out my website. It's in the bio. My email is info@BeckyDeniseMentorship.com, or check out the website. The Power Hour sessions is the same thing as my mentorship sessions, or where we would get together and chat for an hour. It says for experienced adjusters, but it's for anybody. I just got to go in and get that updated. If you want to talk for an hour and you feel like you can, walk through the process on your own, you just need somewhere, you just need help with getting started, I'm there. We could do that as well. Hey, baby, what's up? Sure.
I didn't disturb you.
Oh, you didn't. You didn't disturb me. Yeah, it's an exciting journey to be on, especially, you know, when you're first out the gate and this is a new field to you. But y'all, I don't want to dumb it down or water it down. It's a lot. Like it's a lot of work, but it's doable. I'd rather do claims. I would rather do claims than stand on my feet all day making minimum wage. You know what I'm saying? So I would rather just sit here and, you know, work with people and try to help them put their lives back together and different things like that. But the video I just made, what?
Can I tell you something? The TV is froze.
It is? Okay, turn it off and then turn it back on.
I tried, it didn't work.
Okay, I'll do it for you. I'll do it for you in a minute. Shit, y'all, I lost my train of thought. These kids, I tell you the truth. What was I talking about? What was I talking about, y'all? That's that ADHD brain. And then not to mention, shit, I'm getting older. But yeah, it's doable and it's worth it. It's really, like, financially, it's definitely worth it. It's definitely worth it. And then it gives you money to do other things. Like, I made enough money to where I can sit here and do this and build my business slowly to try to recoup all of the money that I've put into this business. Oh, the workload. The workload is heavy. It really is. On my video, my YouTube video I just shot. It's just a quick, because I've been telling y'all, I'm going to give y'all some details on this deployment. It was a total loss deployment, 63 hours a week, which I complained about the whole time when I got on live. But it was a good deployment. I can't say too much I can't say anything negative about it. The carrier supervisors was nice. In the beginning, my recruiter was nice. I think he made so much money he just got beyond himself. But the company, the IA firm, which was the Littleton Group, they were good. I got paid on time. It was a heavy workload. It was 100 rolling features, which means if I close 25 features today, by next Tuesday, I would have those 25 features reassigned to me. So it's like I had 100 features at all time, the whole time. And that's a lot of work to look at. When you go in and you look at that work, and this is my first time doing auto total loss, and this is my first time doing total loss since 2016. I'm sorry. My first time doing total loss, auto total loss, and my first time doing auto since 2016, 2017. So you had to make sure your desk was organized. You had to make sure your email, you stay on top of your email, because auto itself have a lot of moving parts. And even when I didn't have to worry about coverage and liability, it was still a lot. And I'm still managing all these features. And a feature is, for those that don't know, a feature is like, we're going to talk about auto. So if there's a claim file, my insured files a claim, that's going to be a collision feature, right? Because their vehicle got damaged. Let's say they hit somebody, but they want their vehicle repaired. So if they have comp and collision, we can take care of that. So that's a collision feature. Then the person that they hit is the claimant, property damage, PD. So then I got a PD feature. So then I have on my collision feature, I have to open rental because they have rental coverage. So that's a third feature. And then if they have like med pay or if they have med pay or something like that, I have to open that feature. So that's 4 features on one claim. And then when I go back to the claimant, right? I don't necessarily open a feature to put them in a rental, but I have to manage their rental. So I got all those moving parts. And when we put you in a rental, we don't put you in a rental and then you're just in a rental. We manage that rental. We don't just go in there and give you 30 days of rental. Like, we'll give you 7 days and then we'll revisit to see where we are, so on and so forth. And then the hardest thing with the rental is for the insured. Let's say their vehicle is drivable. They take it to the shop. We give them a rental for 3 days. They take the vehicle to the shop. They get an estimate, and then the shop say, I can't touch your vehicle for 3 weeks. An experienced adjuster would tell them, go pick your vehicle up, drive around in your vehicle, return that rental so you don't burn your rental up waiting on the repairs to start. Your vehicle is drivable. Because once you max that policy with 30 days, unless it's an error on our part, we're not going to exceed that policy. And then they'll be mad. I pay for rental, you pay for 30 days. You know? So, we had to manage that. That was a lot. Remind you, 100 rolling features. And then sometimes we have to deal with attorneys, which I love dealing with attorneys. Some of them, baby, when I tell you I don't know how they got the degree. But anyway, I digress. But we have to deal with the attorneys. If there's a bodily injury, you have to refer that portion of the file over to a bodily injury adjuster, right? And they make good money. Like entry level, if you take the time to get staff and you start aligning yourself in the direction that you want to go and getting the experience, there's money. That it's a myth, and I'm gonna do a video about that. It's a myth about there's not any money in staff adjusting. That's the craziest thing I've ever heard. I don't prefer staff adjusting just because, you know, it's me, but I started as a staff adjuster, and then within my adjusting career, I've gone back to staff adjusting here and there. So no, you can align yourself. You could do SIU. I mean, look, I can't even name off everything you could do. Field adjusting, MRR, which is the managed repair rep. You could be litigation. SIU is the investigative part. Like I had a claim I had to refer to SIU because the guy had an accident in December. Another carrier paid him for the damages, and then we're his carrier. He filed the same damages on us. That's another thing. I can go in there. We can see your history. I reached out to the insurance company. Hey, I see you paid such and such for these damages on such and such date. Do you have pictures of the damages? Sure. They sent them over. Oh, these are the same damages. Oh, he's trying to get us to double pay for these damages. He did. He got the money, didn't get his car fixed. Now he filing a claim with us. I referred it over to SIU. Then let SIU take care of it. Feature done. Closed. I've done my job. So, but yeah, it's a lot, but it's so interesting and rewarding with the stuff you can run into. It's emotionally draining when you have to deal with fatalities, which happens. I've had fatalities in accidents, in auto, and I've had fatalities in property that I've had to deal with. So it can be stressful. But, you know, you have to find the outlet. What do you do to unwind and let go? For me, it's listening to music, reading books. I don't even listen to music like that, y'all. But if I do listen to music, it's going to be with my kids, like getting on the floor, rolling around with my grandkids, taking trips with my husband, and then just being around my daughters and hanging out with my friends of 30 plus years. So that's how I unwind. I love to read a good book about you know, manifesting and working hard and going after what you want. And, you know, now I'm into the midlife crisis era, so I'm reading up on that and, you know, just all that stuff. But then you have to debrief yourself sometimes. Hey, you caught me on live? So yeah, so it's a lot that goes into it. But there's not, my daughter is a staff adjuster. She complains every day, y'all, but the girl, her total compensation package is about $100,000, and that's what she was like, Mama, I think I want to do what you're doing. And I'm like, but I think you need to stay there because I think you'll have a hard time committing. I think she'll have a hard time because she's only obligated to work 7.5 hours per day. Sometimes you can get a staff position and it'll be like a call center environment, but not all the time. I've never been on a staff position where it was like the phone is constantly ringing in my ear. I did go on a deployment like that, and I tell you I didn't last for 2 days because as soon as the next person called me, I was out the gate. It was with State Farm. I don't work for State Farm. I tell y'all that all the time. I don't work for State Farm. I have not renewed my certification. They probably don't want to work with me. I haven't worked for State Farm in about 8-9 years, and I've never missed work. So I don't like that. I don't like where that phone is constantly ringing in my ear. Like, I like to manage my own files. I have some mentees right now that's on, but they're learning a lot. Like, you have to start from somewhere. You can't be like me. You can't come in saying what you want and what you don't want. You can't do that. But I have 2 mentees that's working with State Farm right now in Express, and they're getting those calls. But like I told them, it's a win-win because you're making money, and then you can add that to your resume. So but one of them, they're not necessarily ready to go because they have small children to be deployed. But you're making money, and then you're learning about the claims, you're learning about the features, and you're learning how to work a file, and when you go in, sometimes just look at how the file is set up and different things like that. So they're in a win-win situation because they're new to the industry and they were able to secure these jobs with State Farm. You know what I'm saying? I'm not shitting on State Farm. State Farm is a great company, right? They're a great company. I'm not shitting on them. I just don't like I wouldn't go in entry level. Where I don't want calls rolling in my ear. Yes, I work for Allstate. Best company hands down. I work for Progressive, Allstate, another company called Convergys. Not Convergys, I'm sorry, y'all. Comfy, Seguros. They manage claims for smaller insurance companies. Who else did I work for? Another little non-standard company. I do not like non-standard, but that's a different story for a different day. But I work for Allstate in Houston. By far, my best experience. By far. When I was at Allstate, I was like, you know what? I think I'm going to stay here. This is it. Until I got that call for that deployment. I was out of there. But yeah, I really did enjoy working with Allstate. The workload was not heavy. If I had my time, I just put my time in. Like, I like when I can just put my time in and walk out the door. And me telling my supervisor is just a common courtesy. I like that. Love it. You love it? Oh, I'm new here. Oh, well, welcome. But yeah, I really did enjoy Allstate. I enjoy working at Allstate. I really did. But yeah, I was telling my daughter, like, you only have to work 7.5 hours a day. You know, her benefits are top tier. But the thing is, with the company she works for, they have so many different entities. Like, it's the one big company, but you're liable to get on a file and you're like, what the hell? This ain't what Miss Becky said. But they're different. They work with so many. They work claims for so many different companies. And my daughter is doing, she's not just an adjuster, she's commercial BI, which means she handles the commercial bodily injury part of it. And she's in her 6th year of adjusting. And she started at Geico, which had the rolling calls, which you were in the call queue. I don't like that, y'all. Okay, I'll check it. But yeah, I don't like that because when I'm working my file, that call would throw me off. You know, and then I don't like working other people's files either. I like to own my stuff so I can be held accountable if there's a mistake, right? So that I know where it's at. I've built a relationship. And then a lot of times when a lot of people in and out of files and you're talking to these people and they're upset with the last person, like, I don't like that. I like to own my own files. I really do. I like to own my own files. But this total loss, it was fast paced, but y'all, it was good. And I think it's because of the company. The company was Progressive. And I started my career with Progressive, so that's kind of funny. It's like a complete circle. I started my adjusting career with Progressive as an auto staff adjuster. I left Progressive to go independent about 10, 11 years ago. And been independent ever since. Did that stop me from getting deployed on a Progressive deployment? Nope, it didn't. I thought it would. They never asked me, but when they put you in the systems, I'm sure my social and stuff hit. And they were like, she worked for us before. They didn't say nothing, and I didn't say nothing. But their supervisors and managers that was there with us, the people was top tier. They brought the same progressive culture over to, and I'm only speaking for my team. I was on a small team. They brought the progressive culture over to that IA deployment. And they paid us well. And from what I'm understanding, they had people deployed away from home as well. They wasn't working with us because we were on a specific project, but they had people deployed away from home. They was paying them well with per diem and all that. But they brought the same culture, which is the inclusiveness. They were like I had an issue with my daughter who was having a baby. I was able to leave. Of course, y'all know I was able to take my vacations. After March, like I was zoned in until March because it was supposed to end in March. That's what I was prepared for. And they asked me to stay on till June. And I was like, well, I already started planning my family vacations. They was like, Becky, take your vacations. I took my vacation. So this was a top tier deployment. They mentioned doubling back to about 4 or 5 of us in January. I don't think I would take it because I wouldn't be able to sit there. I don't want to sit there and work like 7 to 7. Now, if I got offered, and I have got offered some property deployments, I will take those because when you work property, you can do it a little different. You're not necessarily hitting a time clock. You just have to do your work and close a certain amount of files per day. Oh, I don't like working behind other people because some people, they half-ass. And let me tell you why I don't half-ass as a claims adjuster. If you've never been called in for a deposition, you probably wouldn't even get it. But when you're working, and this was on a CAT assignment, I was called to Florida on a deposition. I was able to pull up my files, and I had my files notated to the point where everything, boom, 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 boom. I was able to do my stuff in one day and come back home. The firm paid for my flights, paid for my hotel stay, paid for my food, all that for me to go to deposition because a suit was filed. Once a suit is filed and you're on there as a licensed adjuster, you're not just getting these licenses just to be getting them. You're held to a higher standard. I was able to boom, 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 read my stuff off. Why'd you do what you, when then the night before, they had email. I was like, y'all email me what I need. I say, and then pull out my stuff and then just email me my stuff. So email me my stuff with the whole file and then email me my stuff separate. I didn't miss a beat, but that's why you make sure you notate. You notate what's pertaining to the file. You don't notate how you're feeling, you know. If a customer calling upset and cursing you out, don't put customer calling upset and they was cussing me out and calling me. No, customer called in, customer was upset. Leave it at that, you know. Leave it at that. You don't have to do you know. Yeah, I notate everything. If I called you and you didn't answer, placed OBC to insured, did not answer, left detailed voicemail advising reaching out to check status of total loss paperwork, blasey. Asked same to return call. Spoke with customer. Customer asked me not to call back again. They will reach out when they want to talk. And when they even tell me don't call back, I'll dial it out a few days and call back. Okay, hey, I understand you was in a bad mood the other day. I'm here. I just want to help you do this. I have money for you. Let's you know, I understand you're frustrated, but you're with me now. I got you. And then just go on from there. And you have to know how to show empathy too. You have to know how to show empathy. You have to. Because you could get a file, and I'm going to go back to property, you could get a file where somebody promised, I'm going to issue you a payment for ALE, additional living expenses. If they have that on their policy, we can pay them from the time that the evacuation was issued. Do you have any receipts? You got gas? Send me your gas receipt. Send me your food receipts. Send me your hotel receipts. and I'll start issuing those payments. She said the same thing last week. I apologize. I apologize. I promise you I'll take care of it. Well, I sent it to her. Okay. I understand, but it's not uploaded to the file. I understand. I hate to ask you to do it again, but I can assure you, if you send me those files, if you send me those receipts, I'll get that payment out to you immediately. If I said that and they came through via email, I don't care who's calling, emailing, and texting. I sit there, I go through it, I verify that that ALE is active on the policy, and I issue that payment like I promised. Okay, so I'm gonna follow back up with you tomorrow, because sometimes with property you may have to contact them like every day just to check statuses of different things, like to make sure that they mitigating the damages, like tarping the roof or putting a board up over the window to stop additional damages or something like that. You know, so you may have to talk to them a little bit more frequently, and then when you set up the field adjuster to go out, then you know you can back up a little bit and then you know, and let that take place. But initially you gotta be on there. You gotta assure these people you paid for this policy and we got you, because the name of the game is to make you whole. Pay what we owe, no more, no less. Now sometimes do people come out better? Well, yeah, but we don't. Our goal is not to make you better. Our goal is to make you whole. But yeah, so I protect my licenses. I'm not gonna do nothing that's gonna jeopardize my license. Absolutely nothing. I tell my daughter that's a nurse, my license holds just as much weight as yours. Right? I'm not gonna jeopardize my license. If I see, I've been on deployments before where they start assigning me states where I'm not even licensed. I'm gonna get this license. Are you gonna get the license for me? If they say no, I go and apply and get my own license. And then I might, you know, depending on who the carrier is, check with somebody. Y'all gonna reimburse me for these licenses? Because I didn't want them. I just got to get them. You didn't tell me I was working this. And that's another thing too, y'all. I don't hold a lot of licenses. Now, I know I'm going against the grain when I say this, and I don't care. I go against the grain. Oh yeah. Yep. But I don't hold more than 10 licenses. I know they like, get all the licenses you can get, you know, you gotta be deployable, get all the licenses. Hello. That's not necessarily how I do it. And it's based on my career and my mentees' careers, and mind you, y'all, I've been mentoring people for years now. I have one, and I wish she would jump on. I ought to send her a text message, see if she could jump on. But she's in Arizona. Arizona does not have, I was remote, yeah. Arizona does not have reciprocity with Florida. She deployed. They gave her an emergency license. You know, but now she's working. She should have her permanent license now though. But she got deployed, and then, you know, once she got deployed, she was like, I was like, okay, they did the rest now. Now you need to go ahead and get your license, because I think her emergency license only lasts 90 days. I've been deployed on an emergency license. I got called Friday for New York. I don't have a New York license. I'm getting ready to take the New York exam. I don't have a New York license. And you know what I told them? That's the one that I was like, ooh, y'all, I'm about to go get this money. You know? And I was like, I don't have New York. She was like, Becky, don't worry about that. Come on, Rebecca, don't worry about that. We got you. Look, I know, and you know, let me tell you why. I've had upwards of like 30 something licenses, but I don't, and that's only because I was working for Progressive and Allstate and stuff like that, and they got those licenses for me. But when it was time for me to manage those licenses and to renew those licenses, I didn't. I did not. I could tell you the licenses I had. I just got Nevada. I just got Nevada because they started throwing Nevada claims on me. But I have Nevada, I have Texas, I have Louisiana, Mississippi, I have North Carolina, I had Georgia, I don't have Georgia anymore. I have Florida, I have Oklahoma, I have Minnesota. And I'm about to test for New York. That's it. If it's up in the north, I feel like I'm good with Minnesota. If it's in the central region of Oklahoma, I feel like I'm good. I'm good there. I got Nevada. It was happenstance. North Carolina, right there on the seaboard, right there on the eastern seaboard. Then I got my Gulf. That's how I've been doing it, y'all. I'm not saying it's right. I'm just saying that's what worked for me. And that's it. Now I may get just depending on what the season will be, well, hurricane season, because y'all know we have different seasons within the industry, but based on how it's looking, I typically look at hurricane season, but based on how it's looking for hurricane season or something like that, I'll be like, let me go back and let me look at Alabama. Let me go, because I had Alabama too. I think I let it expire. I did. I know I did. I'm gonna go ahead and get this Alabama license, but it's never stopped me from getting deployed to these places. Hell season with hell season, most times you have to go out though. You have to go away from home. So no Florida cert. I'm licensed in Florida. Oh, you best believe I'm licensed in Florida. Yeah, I'm gonna always be licensed in Florida, Louisiana, and Texas. If I don't hold nothing, if I don't have money to renew nothing, I'm gonna renew those three. Oh, I got Florida. Oh, definitely. Oh yeah, I got Florida. But on my first deployment, when I was with Progressive, my very first deployment was Florida, right? It was a hurricane that hit Florida. I did not have Florida, so I started on an emergency license with Florida, and I sat there. When I got off from work, I started doing, because I had already started the application. I just didn't finish it. Baby, I went and I got my Florida. While I was on a Florida deployment working on an emergency license. When they got to calling people, hey, we got to let you go. Your emergency license just expired. Miss Rebecca, your emergency license, everybody's about to expire. Baby, Miss Becky got her license. Here you go. So that's what you do, And then if you want to, like my daughter hold 32, but that's just because of the company that she with. But if you want to get all those licenses, there's nothing wrong with them. I just, if you can afford it and, and you want to renew them and you want to do what you got to do, go ahead. There's absolutely nothing wrong with it. But then there's nothing wrong with being strategic with how you get your licenses. I'm not going to sit here and tell y'all to go get 20 licenses and I don't have them. Yeah, they will. You'll just with the big red, you'll just apply like entry level. Like my people that's with State Farm, they're entry level. I got somebody that just went through the process with Progressive and got a start date this month. Entry level. So you do entry level. Now let me tell y'all, I do not have a college degree. Both Progressive and State Farm gave me an opportunity without a college degree. They took my experience in lieu of. I'm like eight classes or so shy of my degree. So they took my work experience in lieu of my degree. Both Progressive and State Farm. I do not have a degree. My daughters are degreed. I am not. So yeah, you just apply entry level. And you apply entry level, and the name of the game is get your experience and move around. My daughter almost doubled her salary leaving Geico. But she was doing auto. She was just doing regular, auto. And when she went over to the position she has now, she was doing auto and she was training in BI. She was moving over to BI. She did that BI for 6 months, updated her resume, applied, and got that commercial BI position. So it's money to be made out there. And then you're not working long. Everybody's life is not conducive to 63 hours a week. If you got babies and small children and you got you know, other things you got to do. Your life not set up for 60, 40, 50, 60, 70 hours a week, 7 hours a day. That's not. No, it's a personal preference. I can't recommend staff or independent. But it's how your life is set up. With independent, sometimes you may have to travel to get that money. Y'all, I got offered a piss pole. When I tell you, me and my peer was talking this morning. These people, what they paying these people is shameful, shameful. But anyway, I digress. But no, if you have a family, kids, you're not, and you can't just up and leave at the last minute. Independent adjustment is not for you, and that's okay. Independent adjustment is hard. It's hard. It's hard. And then if they call you, they you like with independent adjustment, you can't call and say, well, I'm not feeling well. They don't care. They'll send your ass home. Now, the deployment I was on, like they cared. But for the most part, they don't want to hear that. They don't look. We need a body in the seat. They don't want to hear that. Well, thank you for including me in your 3. I appreciate it. But no, I wouldn't recommend staff over independent. Like I said, staff, you can maneuver your way through staff. And that's another thing in my program. If you choose, hey, Miss Becky, I ain't for working 63 hours a week. I can't leave my kids. Who gonna watch my kids? Or I can't leave my mom, my dad. I gotta stay here and watch them. I need to be at home. Okay, so if staff for you, we talk about how you go in. It may take a little bit of time to get you to 6 figures, but okay, that's a certification I've been looking into. That certification looks really, really good on your resume, and it can be applied. Like, it just depends on the carrier and if they're looking for those types of certifications. But definitely like flood and property and different things like that. I looked at it, and then they have it's a CPCU. I've been looking at that certification as well. So yeah, anything can help you anywhere. It looks good when you have those types of certifications. Company recommendations, like I said, I worked for those 2, and they were really good. They were all inclusive. Everybody was respectful. The work environment was pretty good. I've worked at some where that work environment was so thick it was disgusting. But the big, those top companies, they're gonna make sure you have a good work environment. They're gonna make sure you have I started with people that's still there, and they're like managers and stuff like that, making $75,000-$80,000 a year, getting 20 plus days off per year, 401k match, and all that stuff. So it just depends on what works for you. It depends on what works for you. One field that I've been interested in, but I don't think I'm gonna worry about it now. I think my next step is to go outside and do some field adjusting this upcoming hurricane season. So y'all may see me getting like harness certifications and stuff like that, but I don't plan on climbing a roof. And y'all know, if y'all been listening to me, I've been saying, that ain't for me. Outside ain't for me. I gotta level up. If I'm leveling y'all up and bringing y'all in doing what I'm doing, I gotta level up. So that is changing. It has started to shift. So this season, I'm gonna be open to field adjusting. I'm gonna go get. I got a lot going on the first part of the year, but I'm gonna look into getting harness certified, drone certified. But my goal is to bring someone with me that'll be able to go up and do my photos and help me write the estimate for roofs, right? Because I don't like height. So that's my goal. I have someone in mind. I've already talked to him. They're good. I'm trying to get them to come and get their license with me. That way they can get a bucket of claims. I can get a bucket of claims, and we can work together. But he's in, you know, he's in construction and stuff like that. So he said he would come with me. In the mentorship program, how long do we have one-on-one support? Oh, okay. I thought you were saying you were in. Yeah, I'm gonna do it. Maybe we can do it together, Legendary. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it this year. It's not. It's a year. It's a full year. You'll have support. You'll have support for the full year. That's how long the support is in the mentorship program. But yeah, I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna jump. But if y'all think I make money sitting at this desk, baby, they make money out there in that field. They really do. So yeah, I'm gonna be open to it. I'm gonna be open to it this year. I'm gonna go get my harness certification. I'm gonna get my Xactimate certification. Like I can work Xactimate, but I can't write. I can't write scope. I cannot write scope. I can go into Xactimate. I can move around. I can use it as a desk adjuster. I cannot write. I've never written, but I'm going to get training on that. I'm going to get training on that. And I want to be ready for that this upcoming season. Oh, yeah, definitely. Yeah, it's possible to be deployed before your mentorship. Yeah. Yep, because if you get deployed and you need help with your claim handling, because getting licensed and deployed, that's one thing, but actually working and having a staying power to stay deployed, that's another thing. So the mentorship program will be there to assist you with file handling. I did think about drone. I just said I'm thinking about getting drone certified, but I don't even want to have to use it. I'm gonna get it. But I don't even want to have to use it. And to be honest with you, I really don't want to be out there in the field by myself. But this is my nephew. So, you know, he owns a hot shot business. So, you know, and he did contracting work on the side. And I asked him, like, is this something you'll want to do with me? You know, if you get licensed, we could really make some really good money. But if you don't get licensed, all I need you to do is climb up on that roof and take those pictures. Because I don't like heights, but I do. And then I might just do flood. So if I do flood, I don't even have that to worry about. That's what I said. Yeah, I'm going to get a real Xactimate certification. So if we going out in the field, we have to have that certification. It doesn't matter whenever you're ready. I have one of the people that I onboarded today into the program, they already purchased they're going through the process of getting licensing. So we just created their action plan from where they are. I have someone in the program that's already passed the license, but they're stuck on fingerprinting, setting up NIPR and all that. So I did their onboarding a couple weeks ago, and we got together, you know, so it just depends on where you are and how we do your action plan. Oh, yeah, that's a good idea. That's a good idea because a lot of field adjusters, if you go into some of these groups, they're asking for help because sometimes they'll have so many claims that they'll need help with entering the information into Xactimate and all that. And another thing too, as a desk adjuster, as a property desk adjuster, or any adjuster for that matter, it's always good to check Xactimate to make sure that the file that they uploaded is the right file. Because I have gotten into files, I know one of my new adjusters got into a file, it was the wrong file. It was the wrong claim information. And we caught it because of the steps I put in place. When you go in to review the estimate and the scope, the first thing you do is look at that first picture. You should have a picture of the address. The house is blown away. It should be written on the ground. Typically, different firms does it different ways. This is not across the board. It should be written in spray paint, something that's going to tell you this is the address. Go to that policy. Is that the address? Is that the house number that matches that policy? And if it don't, and because they make mistakes. They make mistakes. I mean, when they go out, they're usually out from like 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. sometimes later, just to inspect these homes. So, and that's how they make their money. And then they go back to the hotel or whatever it is and write. They don't write them. They inspect them first, then they go in and write them. And that's where the error comes in sometimes when they're writing them and they feel like they're done, they'll upload it to the wrong file. So it's your job as a desk adjuster to catch that. Oh yeah, that's a good plan. That's a good plan, YOLO. And then that's another thing, y'all. Like, we only talk about, like, not we, I'm gonna speak for myself. There's a lot of talk about independent adjusting and auto adjusting and staff adjusting, but the adjusting field is vast. Like, there is so much. Like, you have commercial adjusting, you have aviation adjusting, and then commercial. Let's go back to commercial. Target, Walmart, Dollar General, your little mom and pop store. All these people hold policies. They hold policies. So if somebody walking in and a can of soup hit them in the head, that's an adjuster. Workers' comp adjusters. For every employee, or for every business that has insurance on their employees, they need a workers' comp adjuster. For every company that has an employee, that employee hurt their back, that employee has carpal tunnel from sitting there working at the desk for 20 years, that employee slips and falls, workers' comp, pet insurance, health insurance, claims adjusters. I mean, it's so vast, y'all. You have cargo ship adjusting, big rig adjusting. Like, we just went through something with one of our trucks where we had a spill back in October. On our trucks, we have to hold $1 million policy. That policy needs adjusters. That's a commercial policy. UPS, FedEx, Amazon, on and on and on and on and on. It is so much. Like, this is just two things, and that's what I said. I think I want to start, just going out a little bit. It's not just this, y'all. This is just, I feel like I stayed in this arena too long. I got comfortable because when my friend from Texas called me and offered me, Becky, come on, I just got this commercial gig. I was comfortable where I was, doing property. No, I'm good. I should have jumped on that commercial. I should have jumped on it, So, like, I'm bringing y'all in, y'all with me, making $40, $45, $50 an hour. Y'all with me. Unless I do a team lead position right now, I wouldn't do that, So, it's so many different things. Do your research, y'all. Do your research. Create a profile on LinkedIn. That'll open up a whole new world for you. Create a profile on LinkedIn. Litigation adjuster, where you're dealing with claims where a suit has been filed. So now it's your turn to get everything in order. Dot your I's, cross your T's, get the reports that show up in court. You probably making $5,000 a day just sitting in court. Just sitting there. You may get called, you may not get called. I interviewed for that position back in June, July, for the state of Louisiana. I got offered the position. I did not take it. 6 figures. I did not take it because I did not want to work. I had to go through files where children had gotten abused and just stuff like that. I just didn't want to get into that, because I know my mental state. I couldn't handle that. I could not handle that. And some things I just don't want to know. I just don't want to see, because it'll bottom me out. So, but yeah, it's vast. This is just like scaving across the top of it. When you do like healthcare adjusting, like you would go into you would apply to companies like Cigna and AmeriHealth, Blue Cross Blue Shield. Go in there and look at their positions, see what they have. My daughter is a nurse, and I just went and looked at some positions for her because she was like, she don't want to do the bedside nursing. I'm like, go to an insurance company. They hire nurses. They hire nurses. All they need, they're asking for 6 months to a year of experience. Go there. And then you just push a paper, you know? You push a paper or you're going through the doctor's reports, writing it out. I forget what they call it, but it's a specific term I was seeing in all of the duties and responsibilities. I can't think of what it is. But like, I'm like, go there. Go take a look at Blue Cross Blue Shield, United Healthcare, different companies like that. And I'm thinking their licensing may be different, but I'm not sure. Oh, new to the live, somebody told you to join. I need to work ASAP. I need training though. Are you licensed? There's absolutely nothing wrong with starting with companies. Starting with a company will take a lot of stress off you walking into a deployment. And when you walk into a deployment, a lot of times, y'all, everybody is not friendly at these deployments, right? And not to mean that, not to say that they won't talk to you. They'll talk to you, and they'll talk to you enough to attempt to figure out if you're experienced or if you're new. Now, unless you run up on somebody like me, and I can tell you we're few and far between, that don't mind. I remember on my last deployment, I had people sitting at the table with me, and they're like, "Why are y'all over here?" Because Miss Becky helping us. Look, you know, I don't mind because I understand. Like, when you give and you help, you are blessed tenfold, hundredfold, 1,000-fold. And I'm just a helper. I'm a giver. Like, that's just what I do. I don't have the crab in the barrel mentality. I don't feel like because I've helped 100 people get licensed that they're gonna knock my hustle. Like, I don't feel like that. So walking in with some sort of experience, like, hey, yeah, I just left. You know, if you want to share it, you know, hey, yeah, I just left such a Big Red. Yeah, I got a couple years of experience with Big Red. I ain't new to this. I may be new to a deployment, but I ain't new to this. Baby, I could work a claim. You'll walk in with that type of confidence. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, I mean, it just depends on your personal preference. If you want to get that and get that confidence, there's absolutely nothing wrong with it. There's absolutely nothing wrong with it. I started as that. Yeah, it's heavy. That's what I'm saying. Like we juggle this money in front of you, but it's heavy and it's real. And another thing too, when you're working as an independent adjuster, you're your own employee. You don't have nobody to complain to. They don't care. They don't care. They don't, like, you're your own employee. They want you to work. And I've sat there and watched people time and time again. Well, I was just assigned 10 claims, and the person sitting next to me only got 3. I didn't see him the next day. Yeah. No, they don't care. You're your own employee. What they care? They don't care. They just want you to work. And that's not to say it in a bad way. It's not that it's bad, it's just that as an independent, you are independently responsible for you. And sometimes I've heard them say, or I've heard them tell me, you sitting there helping them, baby, I wouldn't be doing all that. They making the same $40 you making. Why are you doing that? They'll be out of here in a minute. Don't do, you know, you have people like that. You have people like that, y'all. You know, why you sitting there? They shouldn't even be here anyway. You know? So you have people like that. So there's absolutely nothing wrong with getting what you need to be successful and to have the staying power. Yeah, sometimes it takes Sometimes you could get on a team and your team lead, like and me as a team lead, they love me, you know. But sometimes as a team lead, you get on the wrong team, and you know, it's a little bit of a struggle, and that's just like anywhere. That's like anywhere. But sometimes you get on a team with people or with someone that's just like, you know, they just about their business. You know, they show up for you. They're there for you. But they don't want nobody calling them and emailing them on every single thing. Especially now, we do a lot of work in teams. So if you look through teams and just peep in teams every now and then, you'll see a question come up that maybe you're not, that may come up that you'll have to deal with in the future. You know what I'm saying? Yep. Yep, that was me too. Yeah, send them over. I'll get to them when I get to them. She said when my supervisors asked me, can I take more claims? It was always yes, thank you. It was always yes. Claims is work. Yeah, send them to me. Send them to me. And a lot of times I bet they were reassigned, huh? Yeah, and you come across it, y'all. When I first went on my first deployment, I like to read the room. And some people are just mean. They don't want to help. They're waiting on you to fail. Some of them look just like you. Some of them don't. You know? And some people just don't have that type of attitude. Like it's like that crab in the bucket mentality is real. Yeah, it's really real. I've heard people complain about oversaturation. Oversaturating what? What you oversaturating? I don't believe in that. That's not real because you have people. Look, y'all. This field has been here as long as policies has been here, over 100 years or so. We just didn't know nothing about it. The pay has decreased since I've been in the field. The pay has decreased since I've been in the field. We're just finding out about it. This company, one of the everybody want to talk about, called and offered me a deployment where I would have to upload the scope into the system. Put the scope in the system. Be away from home. And offer me $23 an hour. And was it 100 or 120? $100 or $120 a day per diem. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. My friend and I wish I had a phone so I could call her. She showed up because they told her, because I never deployed with this company. I've been on their roster since I'm active on their roster. When I update them. So she talked to them, same thing. She showed up. But the lady told her, we won't pay you that. We'll pay you what we paid you on your last deployment, which was $37. She was like, you know what? I'm going to go check it out. I'll go see. She drove from Georgia to Mobile, Alabama for about that amount of money. When she got there, she didn't get a contract. Always try to get your contract before you leave home. Because you'll show up. And she was like, Becky, don't you know she ain't sent me my contract yet, but I'm going to go ahead and get on the road. I was like, okay, but you got to stay on top of it with your contract. And when she got there and they got to telling the whole group what they made, they even have somebody, y'all, drive from Las Vegas to that deployment. And that's when experience adjusters, when you go into the groups, their frustration comes from that. Because we have people out here taking they're so excited to be in the field and they're taking anything and it's bottoming out the pay. That's what they don't like. But anyway, that's neither here nor there. So she gets there and she said, hey, such and such called me back and she was like, y'all gonna pay me what y'all pay me on the last appointment. Pulled aside, like she didn't do it in front of everybody. And so it was like, no, absolutely not. This is what it is. So she stayed another night at the hotel last night. She said, I hope this don't mess up my unemployment. And she should be pretty much back home now. I'll call her and check on her later, or text her and check on her later. And she's another one. She said she'll do an interview with me. But yeah, So yeah, absolutely not. Girl, that woman was talking. As soon as she took a breath, I said, absolutely not. Thank you, though. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Then I gotta be away from my home. You better sit down. Yeah, I'm just checking y'all comments. No, I'm not. I promise you. I promise you I'm not. I promise you I am not lying. And I ain't gonna call them out. I ain't gonna name names because I'm still on the slick trying to build a relationship with them. But they wrong for this one. They are. And then it's a 2-year contract. No, is that the? Oh, no. That's the one that called me for Tampa. That's the 2-year contract. Let's see. Yeah, $23 an hour. Now I will, just depending on what it is. I think the lowest I would go. I don't want to say. I ain't gonna put that in universe. But it wouldn't be in the 20s. It wouldn't be in the 20s. Tampa had to be progressive. It wasn't progressive. I just left. I just made a couple bags with progressive working from home. It wasn't progressive though. It wasn't progressive. But I'm like, Yeah, but yeah, not with my and I told her, I was like, no ma'am, not with my experience. I can't do that. Now I do have one that I'm really interested in, but it's property. Visit my website, Tamika, at BeckyDeniseMentorship.com. But I forgot I was gonna say, y'all. See, that ADHD be getting me. Oh, okay. Somebody asked the question: is it feasible to have an LLC of your deployments as an independent contractor? Okay. I always get asked this question. And I hate for y'all that heard it before and hear it again. I have many LLCs. I have about 4 LLCs, right? I've never thought about, people do it. I'm going to tell you why I don't do it. I've never contemplated or even thought about having an LLC over my independent adjusting career because, for one, if I'm establish a corporation, I have to insure myself. Why would I do that when the IA firms take care of that? They can take care of it. They'll back me up if I'm sued. They'll back me up. Not if I'm sued, but if I have to go to litigation or something like that, they'll back me up. So I wouldn't want to take on my own liability. Can you do it? Yes. Do people do it? Yeah. I just don't want to. People do it for many reasons. Some people do it just so they can pay themselves and they're trying to build business credit and all that stuff right there. But absolutely, I won't. Absolutely not. Unless I start a firm. If I start an adjusting firm, then yeah. But if it's just me working these claims, no, I wouldn't do that. If I started a firm where I went out and I hired people to go out with me on claims when I get an LLC, yeah, but sitting here as a desk adjuster, I wouldn't do it because I wouldn't want to take on that liability. I hope that makes sense. Yeah, I'm with you. That's about where I was hovering at, but I watch my mouth because I'll say that and then that's what I'll get offered. But now, what I'm looking at now is a daily rate. So usually with property, y'all, you'll either get hourly or you get a daily rate or a file rate. I remember one time we was getting $650 a day. One time I got paid like $300 a file. This one that I'm looking into now, I feel like this rate is low, but because of the company or whatever, I was like, I would take it. The daily rate is $350, and all you have to do is close 3 files per day. But up until that point, and that's what she's getting back with me on, I want to guarantee that I get the $350 a day until I work those files to closure, because it's going to take some time to get to the point where I'm closing those files. So I want to guarantee $350 even when I'm putting in the work, setting the foundation to close these files. I want my $350 a day. So that's what I'm waiting on. But I've made upwards of $650 a day. And they still have them out there. I wish I could go into my phone. I could show y'all offers that I got for $750 a day, $1,100 a day. And these from companies, let me tell you, these are companies y'all ain't never heard of these companies. These are companies that the experienced adjusters don't share. They don't share. These are companies that you got to go through a hole. Somebody got to refer you to refer you to refer you. And a lot of the adjusters is closed-lipped on these companies. For one, they want a minimum of 5 years or more. So, they want, 5 years of experience. Some of them 2 years of experience. But you don't see this. This is not shown. Like, I'm like, and I don't want to kick YouTube off, but I would show y'all one of them. I think I've done that before. I showed y'all when they was coming in offering me $750 a day and this and this and this and that. Legendary, how's it going? You wrapped that one up yet? I know y'all was wrapping it up. But yeah, there's like, even look, I just found out about a company. It's 2 companies I just found out about. Again, networking, talking to my peers. I was like, what? I've never heard of them. Oh, okay, all right. So I said I was gonna take my time this weekend to get on their rosters. But I pretty much my whole career stayed within like 3 firms. I ventured out a little bit with the Littleton Group this last time, which was a good experience. With these companies, some of them will tell you. First, they'll tell you, don't send this out to nobody. Oh, I do. And the accounting is not necessarily for me. It's not necessarily for adjusting. They ask me, do I have an accountant? I do. It's not necessarily for adjusting. It's just with everything else, with everything that I do. And then my husband and I own a trucking company. So yeah, we got to make sure we get our credits, and we never 100% pay off the IRS. We're on a payment plan, and by the time we finish 1 year, we're just starting to work on the next year. So yeah, we do get help with our taxes and stuff like that. But the more money you make, the more headache, it's a lot. And like, I used to play around with taxes and stuff, and then I realized I was leaving money on the table. Like, you effing up. So and I realized that when we were in Texas and we were in the home buying process, I'm like, nope. So yeah, we do have somebody that'll help us. And it's not necessarily because of this, because I feel like if it was just for my adjusting, I could handle that, because I know how to do like my write-offs and different things like that. It changed a little bit when Trump got in office, and then you couldn't use like your home, like whatever he changed. And I was like, oh shit. So then we got help, and we've been using the same people ever since. You self-released? Yeah. Look, it be like that. Look, it be like that when you self-release, and then you know you like, man, why I did that? Now I'm sitting here not doing nothing. I want my money back, but you self-release for a reason. So just take it for what it is, and it's the money. When you get used to that money coming in, you know that's why when my deployment ended and they asked me to go over to the National Care Response Team, it was because of the money. But this year, like I'm not. It's not gonna be because of the money. Like it's not. Like I asked for this school. I asked, for my business to thrive and grow and be successful. Like I asked for this. It would be so wrong if I took a deployment like the one I just left and couldn't show up for my business. Is my business paying? Am I making? I haven't even made my money back that I put into this business. So it'll be easy for me. I could go dark. I could delete social media, and I could go get a deployment and just work and make me some money real quick. I hear some people working, they double deployed. I don't know how the hell they do it. I could do that. That's the easy route. I asked for it. I asked for this. So I'm gonna stick to it, and I just feel like my blessings will come. I just feel like, I asked for this. So that's why, I couldn't just take any old deployment. Now the ones with the property where as long as I work it, like with property, y'all, property is different depending on the carrier. With property, you don't necessarily have to sit there and, if you know how, starting out you would, because you got to learn your job. What's going on, girls?
Playing on her iPad. What is the thing is charging?
She's playing on her iPad while it's charging. Okay.
You said no.
I said don't do that. That's right. So, stop calling her Tattletale. I forgot what I was gonna say, y'all. These kids be distracting me. I forgot what I was saying. But yeah, I wouldn't take a deployment where I could. Oh yeah, property. With property, what, sweetheart? Which one?
The glue.
The glue. The property, like sometimes with the property, you don't have to sit there, 7 to 7. Like you could work. Look, y'all, I'm gonna tell y'all this, but just take it with a grain of salt, cause you gotta build yourself up. You gotta build yourself up. Yeah, you do great with it. You gotta build yourself up. With the property, don't go into it thinking you could do that, cause I had a mentee went into it with that attitude, all out there targeting and all that, and got behind on the work, couldn't keep up. But typically with property, you get your files, and then it's your job to sit there and work your files. So what I could do is I could get my files in order. What do you want, Caitlin?
Scissors.
I don't have the scissors, babe. You could get your files, and I would make my calls and set it up, like the night before, and then around 7, those are my twins. I can't wait till they go back to school next week. And then 7 to 11, I can sit there and get everything in order, whatever. And then I could wake up in the morning, start banging out my calls, returning my voicemails, checking my emails, reaching out to the field adjusters if I'm missing something or something like that. So property, I guess I should say, gives you a little bit more flexibility, depending on the company. It gives you flexibility. Because with property, either you're going to do your work or you're not. And they can tell if you're working or not. So that's with property. And like I said, I had a mentee. Every time I think about the girl, I just shake my head. She want to log in and start working at 7, 8 o'clock at night. Her whole team is gone. Her whole team is gone. Her supervisor's not available because them people been working 7 to 7. And then here you go, Miss Becky, please answer your phone. Miss Becky, check your voicemail. Miss Becky, check your email. Call me, Miss Becky. I'm in a claim and I need some help. Now, I did the first day or two, and then I was like, I said, did you put any of this in chat? Did you ask your supervisor for help? What is everybody else having problems with? Oh, I don't know, cause I had to go to Academy Sports and pick up my baby helmet, and then my baby had a game, and then I had to run to Target and pick up a prescription. Well, baby, baby, I was so glad they cut her, cause she was getting on my nerves. No. You should have been sitting there working. And then when I told her that, she didn't like it. You know, she didn't like that hard truth. Like I said, you should have been sitting there working with your team. You don't know what you're doing. This is your very first deployment. You are blessed to get this opportunity. Do you know how many people that I work with that's in my program that's wanting an opportunity like this? And you're blowing it. So like I told her, I said, you got next time. Next time you'll know. Them people won't ever call her back again. Yeah, with cat adjusting, you do have to have money put aside. You do have to have money put aside for your lodging and stuff like that. A lot of the companies, some of the companies, not a lot, some of the companies will give you per diem. They'll give you per diem. But you have to at least have enough money to show up. I'm known for maxing out my credit cards, but let me tell you, I got this one card that is for deployment only. I could book a flight, I could rent a car, I could gas up, I could drive, I could get a hotel. I could get a hotel. Like, you have to have you some money, have you about $3,000-$4,000 sitting there. So when they say show up, you'll be able to show up. You'll be able to show up, find your hotel, be able to feed yourself and all that until you figure out what's going on. Until you figure out if they're going to give you a daily or weekly per diem or something like that. So always have something put back. I've never flown to a deployment. I've always driven to a deployment. I've had peers that's flown to a deployment, and then I will like maybe get a suite together, and then we'll just ride together. And you know, they'll have a rental. I'll be like, you could take the rental back. We just ride together, and they'll be like, okay, well, I'm gonna take $25 a day off the your split on the hotel, and we worked it out that way. But yeah, you gotta have you some money to be ready to go. You should have you some money set aside to be ready to go. All companies do not pay per diem. And per diem is just it's where they give you an incentive for your meals and your lodging, your food and your lodging. That's what a per diem is. Tell me about it. I was at the track meets, baby. One of the twins very briefly ran track during this last deployment. I was at the track meet out there. 6 o'clock in the evening, I had another hour, and that was on this total loss deployment. Sure was sitting right out there with my laptop. I had done all my work. I just wanted to stay green. I just wanted to stay green. My work was done. I probably took like a 15-20 minute lunch break or something like that. My work was done. My emails, my voicemails was done. All I do is 6:45 check those voicemails for the next day, and baby, 7 o'clock hit. Close it up. The only field adjusting I've done is flood, and I didn't have to write scope or anything. All I had to do was go out and take pictures of the flood line, verify that it was a flood, sit down with the homeowner, apartment owner, whatever, get a list of who's in the home, and issue a payment from them. It was like I was working for a third-party company that had a contract with FEMA. So then once I issued the payment, I would refer them to Red Cross or refer them back to FEMA. That's it. That's the scope of my field adjusting, but I'm looking to change that this year. Yeah. I'm seriously, this year I'm going to do me a field deployment because I feel like I got to elevate. So I'm going to do a field deployment. I am going to do a field deployment. Yeah, she blew that bag. She blew that bag, y'all. I'm like, some people I tell you. Hey Rubens, yeah, some people I tell you, blew the bag. You're on a desk deployment right now? Oh, okay. Is it auto or property? And is this your first deployment? He says he's on a desk deployment right now. Y'all, you have to, like, I don't want to give people like the wrong expectations, but we're adults. You know how to get in there and fill it out. Like, y'all know, baby, I'll hop in my car and throw my computer, my headphones, and everything on the passenger seat in a minute. But the thing is, if you talk to anybody that I work with, they'll tell you that my work was top tier. I did that too, y'all. I sure did. Well, after March, and they was like, y'all gonna be here. I was telling my kids, my husband, like, we gotta move because I'm gonna be here. Baby, me and my daughter that work in tech, both, she had her whole setup. But I got me a little travel monitor. We was sitting on the dock of the bay, baby, working. Yeah, you can do that. You can really do it. It's not cap. You can do it, but you gotta do your work too. You gotta do your work too. I was sitting down in Florida for my birthday. I worked that Friday. I didn't want to miss that Friday because if I don't work, I don't get paid. Me and my friends, we going to brunch and all that, and I'm sitting out there in the lobby and stuff with my laptop. I did take that Saturday off, but I worked that Friday. Make yourself an asset and do your job. Yeah, I can type that in for you. But yeah, everything that you hear for the most part, is true. But you just gotta do what you gotta do. You gotta do what you gotta do. And then I want y'all to start looking and looking out for other things. There's so many other ways to get into this field and make good money. Good afternoon, Honey Graham. Yep, there's so many other ways. So many other types of adjuster positions out there. It's just like, and I feel like, man, I'm just getting my New York license. I'm just getting ready to take it. I've been in this industry all this time and haven't taken the time because I've been in my comfort zone. I know what works for me. Working with the same companies, working with the same carriers, So this time I'm going to push myself to go out into the field. And when I go out there, I think I'm going to stick to flood. I don't know. But I don't want a whole lot of claims. Keep them between 10 and 15 because that's where the money at, y'all. That's where the money at. You get the right claims because typically field claims are paid on a fee schedule. And I do get some of those fee schedules sometimes when they're offering you field deployment. Somebody sent out the worst fee schedule I ever seen in my life. I think it was Rise, RYZE. Y'all should have seen the adjuster groups going off on that. They was like, y'all new people better not take that shit. Oops. They was like, y'all better not take that. That's ridiculous. It was ridiculous. Just like this last company that just called me, and my friend showed up at Monday in Alabama. They crazy. Yeah, that's the thing. If you want to jump into it and you're making good money right now, you may have to take a pay cut initially. Then this job is not, an independent adjusting job is not guaranteed. You could wake up any morning, that's another thing I really like being on this last deployment. they told us what day to expect to be for the deployment to end. Everybody don't do that. Sometimes you wake up in the morning and you get the email, hey guys, this is our last day, and that's that. You know. But on this deployment, they prepared us. Even when it was time, like, oh yeah, y'all, this time this is really gonna be it. They started reducing our work and stuff like that. It's just the way they handled the deployment. It was awesome. It was really, really awesome. Because a lot of deployments, you wake up in the morning and you see the email, hey y'all, or they'll get you all on teams. Okay, guys, go ahead and wrap up what you need to wrap up. But tonight is gonna be our last, night, so on and so forth. We'll send you return labels for your equipment and different things like that. So you are taking a chance. You are taking a chance. And when I have people that has jobs and they decide to leave deployments and stuff like that, I let them know you're taking a chance, but you're gonna bet on yourself. You're gonna give it a chance. What do you think? And then I'm finding out that more and more people are doing more than one deployment at a time. I can't get it right in my head because I just came off of that 100 rotation, that 100 feature rotation. There's absolutely no way I could have did another job other than my mentoring and did those 100 features because that was a lot, and that's probably why they did that. A lot of desk adjusters, they don't be traveling to the state that they're working in. They be traveling to the state where the firm is assigning them to. So just like I did one time. I just went for training, but most of my experience is in like Florida, the Carolinas. I've never worked. Only one time in Florida though. Only one time in Florida. But for the most part, I was assigned to, like, they have hubs. Like the big hub now is one carrier that has a huge hub in Nashville, Tennessee. So people will deploy from all over to Nashville, Tennessee to work the claims down in Florida. Crawford and different companies have hubs in like Dallas, Texas, or the surrounding area in Dallas. You'll go to that hub to maybe work claims for Louisiana. Alacrity have a hub in Louisiana, and they may deploy you to Hammond, Louisiana to work claims in Texas. So it just depends on where the hub is. The only time an adjuster is sometimes deployed to the area where the damages are is if they're a field adjuster, and then they have to go out and inspect the damages. What you looking for? Paper. Get enough for your sister so you don't have to come back. Yeah, it's a lifestyle. And the uncertainty is stressful. Like last year, I just happened to be. I told her to get enough for you, sweetheart. Okay. I just happened to be deployed the whole time, but I think I made a video saying like a lot of my mentees and my peers was like, we need to go to work. Y'all know when we got our first hurricane, like major damages, like in October. Usually we hit up in August. We heat up in August. You don't be praying for nothing bad to happen, but you like, damn, I know it's coming. It needs to come on. I need to go back to work. I've been there. When I'm watching the news, I'm watching, I'm in my groups and we're watching and, we're waiting. So the uncertainty is definitely there. Is there. And that's why it's a lifestyle. It ain't for the faint at heart. If you don't get in there and manage that money and that deployment over, you'd have made $100,000 and then it's done for. You did your first cat in October? Oh, okay. Then, you right back. Like, shit, I was spending all my money on trying to open a business. So then it would be time. I would be ready for like July and August to go back to work. But the industry has changed so much that it's not even necessarily a catastrophe event. Like a lot of insurance companies are deciding to hand over their entire claims departments to IA firms or TPAs for them to manage. So nowadays, it don't necessarily have to be a big major event for you to get deployed. Yep. I've left home, but I've never been gone over a year. No, I made 100K sitting at this desk. And if you watch that video I put up, I'm gonna put a I'm gonna put a quick little screenshot of my to date. I think I did it through October. No, you can make 100K sitting at the desk. But the thing about it, them people in the field can make 100K in 3 months. Where it took me 7, 8, 9 months. It took me 9 months. I think I did it through October or September. I don't remember. But yeah, the field they make the same. Yes. 100K in about 3 months or so because they get paid on a fee schedule. So just say if it's $20,000 worth of damage, they get 10 houses at $20,000. I mean and those 10 houses have $50,000 in damages. And so each one of those houses they go in and inspect, they get $5,000 for each inspection. That's a quick $50,000. And those are just numbers just off the top of my head. But yeah, if I've left home, and this was even pre-COVID, I've left home and worked. I've never been deployed away from home no 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 months. Never. I was always able to go out, get what I needed, and come back home. Always, even before COVID. My very first deployment, I went into the office. I think we did it about 3 weeks to a month. And then I came home. I did the rest of the 9 months from home. And then my second deployment, I went from just a regular desk adjuster. Then I stayed over to do the supplements. Because that initial rush is just that initial rush, especially in property. That initial rush is just us contacting the customer and starting to roll those payments out. Then once the field inspect, okay, so the field adjuster go out, write scope, get the estimate. I issue payment. Because of the amount of damages, the contractor that they chose don't come out. Just say the damages happen in August. I issue a payment in September. The contractor can't get out till January. So then when the contractor get out there, they see my damages and then they see additional damages. During tear down, they found additional damages. And then they write a supplement. Then I got to stay on for the supplements. So we would take care of the supplements that would come in. And there's almost always supplements. A supplement could be with a roof. We decided that the roof can be repaired. We issued them a $15,000 payment. It's 3, 4, 5, 6 months later, the contractor go up there, we can't repair this. Look at this. They're tearing it up. Look at this. Look at this. They need a full roof replacement. Then they'll send in a supplement. They send in a supplement. It's $100,000. I've already issued a $15,000 payment. I subtract that $15,000 from the $100,000 and issue the difference directly to the contractor. Just based on the contract that they have with the insured. Because a lot of times the contractors and the insurers have a contract, and the contractor will send that in. The contractor will send the contract in to you. You decipher, make notes to make sure you issue those payments the way they're supposed to be issued. You don't want to make a mistake and issue payments to the wrong parties. But yeah, that's how, yeah, field adjusters, yeah, they make good money, they make it quick. They can make 100 G's in 2, 3 months and be out of there. It takes me months to make it. And then after supplement, then like sometimes there's a team lead if it's a daily rate. I was a team lead on a daily rate. So I had to work my files, but they didn't give me the same amount of files that they gave my team or anybody else. They gave me a certain amount of files. Then I was a team lead on a daily rate. And then once all the initial contacts and all that went in and the deployments ended for the majority of people, I was able to stay on and write supplements. Not as a team lead, but just stay on and work supplements. So yeah, it's a lot. It's a lot. You don't like supplements? Why? What? I don't mind as long as they send in what I need with the proof, but I don't like when I have to go back and forth. Like, this is, they're not justifying, because sometimes the contractors will try to update the materials, like take them from a 1, take them from a, let's see. Y'all, I'm not into name brand fashion stuff, but I'm gonna try to make this make sense. So, okay, so I'm a Coach Michael Kors girl, right? So they'll take them from the Coach Michael Kors. They'll try to take them from Coach Michael Kors to Balenciaga. So, that's the only time I'm like, now we can't do that. Now we can't do that. So that, it's just stuff like that. And a lot of them be knowing, they just be trying you and they be trying to see if you keeping up and stuff like that. Because then even when it gets to a certain amount, you need supervisor approval, to issue payments like that. Yes, yes, yes. There are some firms that does field training. I'm actually looking at a couple now that I'm going to use for field training. But they do field training. And then sometimes for your field training, you have to pay for it. You have to pay for it. Because this field is so lucrative, you're out here making more than people with college degrees. And you have to invest in yourself. You have to. You have to, you have to, you have to, you have to. That's a lot of reasons. A lot of people, like, if you go to YouTube, you see people giving information 10 years ago, because that's how I found out about independent. Well, I found out about it from the people that was leaving the carrier that I was with, but then when I went looking, I found some stuff. Not necessarily. You should, yeah, because you're going to have to carry a ladder. But not necessarily. Like, if you're just doing flood, you could use your vehicle. It is a lot of nickel and diming. It really is. It really is. So you gonna pay. Like, you gonna pay to get these things. And you should. You should. I mean, I've paid for certification shit to open my school. I paid the Just a Homegirl thousands of dollars. Don't believe me? Ask them. Oh, I like that. Yeah, you have to invest in yourself. You have to invest in yourself, because if you did it yourself, it's going about to die. But if you did it yourself, it'll take you longer, but you could do it. But still, like, the certifications and stuff to go out there, like, you're going to have to pay for that. Unless you get some schools now, like Alacrity, Pilot, and then it's another one. They'll give you some training. Sometimes they'll offer it at a minimal price, and sometimes it'll be free. It just depends on where they are. And then they only take a certain amount of people. But like that Xactimate training, to get Xactimate certified, you ain't gonna find that for free. You might get an Xactimate course to learn how to do what I do, go in there and work, how to go in and maneuver yourself and work as a desk adjuster. Okay, I got somebody say I've made $48K in 3 weeks doing property. Yeah, it's possible. It's out there. Getting on rooftops. I told you I got something for that. I'm bringing somebody with me to do that. Now, how I get my work done is my business. And y'all have to be careful out there too, because I had a peer. I did not know him personally, that passed away. Fell off a ladder, hit his head. Was in the hospital for couple weeks and he didn't make it. So you gotta get your training. You want to get your safety training, your harness training. Like, I'm gonna get the training, but I got a backup for my 48K. That's gonna be in the field. He did property field, I'm sure. He was asking, was that 48K and on the desk? But let me tell you, there was a deployment going to Puerto Rico that I was privy to for a certain carrier. They were making $2,500 a day. Yeah, but they didn't have running water, lights, and all that stuff. So but they was making $2,500 a day. But yeah, I don't want to get on roofs either. I don't want to do that. But I'm gonna go get training. I'm getting harness training and all that stuff. Yeah, so many questions. Yeah, and then if you want to book a power hour session, we could talk there. Just have your questions ready so we can roll. And we could talk there if you want. Yeah, he said it was filled. Of course, yeah, it was filled. I'm gonna have to follow you. I might need you for some field tips. And you think I'm playing? I'm gonna write you down because I'm going into the field this year. I gotta elevate. I'm bringing all these people in, and I'm still right here with them. I'm getting out of my comfort zone. Y'all better go follow Black Gordon Ramsay, cause I'm telling you, I'm going out into that field this year. I sure am. I am. I'm going to get my training. I'm getting my Xactimate certification. And I'm getting my harness training. And I'm going out there. And I'm going to get Symbility too. Like, I know how to work in Symbility, just like I do Xactimate. Like, I know how to go in there and work, but I don't know how to write scope or estimates or anything in there. I'm going to get that training. I know how to read it. You know, I know how to work with it as a desk adjuster to issue my payments and stuff like that. And then, like, okay, so we got a field adjuster in here, y'all. So I was telling them that sometimes you guys make mistakes and upload, you know, because you have a heavy workload. And you upload, I've had before where the field adjuster uploaded the wrong file, uploaded the wrong scope into the incorrect file. And I caught it, right? And how, you know, you're like, you go out there, you write, you go back to the hotel, write your reports and different things like that. Tell us some of the stuff. Tell us about field adjusting. Because I can only tell them from the aspect as of working as a desk adjuster and having to work with you guys. Y'all having a look. If a field adjuster missed something and you send it to them and you be like, hey, I see you noted damages here, but I don't see no pictures. I don't see it on the scope, or I see damages here on these pictures, but you didn't write it on the scope. And then we, you know, I'll hit them up and say, hey, is this right? You know, that's more money for you because you done left money off accidentally, because we all make mistakes, right? Has that ever happened to you? Yeah, follow that field adjuster. We don't get too many field adjusters in here. Yeah, it's very easy to do. It's very easy to make mistakes. We all make mistakes. And the one thing about it in the insurance industry, if you make a mistake, own it and say, what I need to do to fix it. Don't be like, oh, don't do all that. Just say, you know what, man, I missed that. And then just roll with it and fix it. Yeah, because especially in a CAD environment, everything is like this. It's like that, like it's rolling. And look, this last deployment, I made a mistake. What did I do? I gave him too much money. Let's see, how did I do that? I think I double waived his what did I do? I'm gonna think about it, y'all. Yep, best advice is to slow down to speed up. Yep. Slow down to speed up. On YouTube, he said, how did you get started in the field? Did you start as desk, or did you just jump out into the field? And then how long have you been in the field? And yes, Tamika, you do have to have your equipment. You do have to have your equipment. But yeah, you'll have to go out there and do your research on the firms. But most of the firms, they do training for field, but you know, you have to pay for it. So once I determine who I'm gonna do my field training with, where I'm gonna do it at, y'all know I'm gonna let y'all know. Cause I'm going out in the field. I'm gonna work 3 months and be done. Hello, Christy. Yeah, I'm going out in the field. This upcoming season. I'm not gonna try to do it before hurricane season, but for hurricane season, but for like right now, this first quarter I got a lot going on, like with my business and stuff. But after this, I'm getting ready to take the New York license. Don't ask me why. I'm just getting it. I don't know. I got comfortable. But after this first quarter, I'm gonna start. I've been on rosters forever. They've offered me training before. I never took it because y'all know, if y'all been coming on my lives, how much it could be anywhere from $350 up to $700 a day, depending on what the training is, what it entails. I would like the training. I would like to go somewhere and get, well, Xactimate I'm gonna get from this guy in Louisiana. I'm just waiting on him to post a date. But he's been doing it for years, and he offered trainings every now and again. He travels from Louisiana, Texas, and Florida and do Xactimate. But like my harness and roof training and stuff like that, I've been looking at this place over in Texas. I haven't made up my decision yet because I'm also gonna follow up with Alacrity and Pilot and different companies like that to see what they're offering, to see if I could, maybe save a few dollars here and there. But anywhere from $300 to $750. Legendary says she deleted some of the wrong lines on an estimate and had to send it to you had to send it back for them to add it back. Yeah, we all make mistakes. And for the most part, like I said, field adjusters are some of the kindest people. Now, I'm sure you can run into some buttholes, but no, they want to get that stuff written. They want you to accept it so you can get them taken care of. Like, and then I just think you have to realize, like, they're out there in the element, and it's all in your tone and being nice. And, and for the most part, they've always said, oh, Miss Becky, I missed that. I'm going to go back and get that. I'm going to go back and get it. I have it to you by the end of the week, or what have you. They don't mind. This is a team effort, an all-out team effort. Because if they don't give you what you need to settle your claim, then you just sitting there not being able to settle. And then I was also telling them, Black Gordon Ramsay, that you guys get paid on a fee schedule based on the amount of damages in the pay. Oh yeah, a good team. I met a couple teams going out. I've never met a team of my ethnicity, but I've met some teams, and these people have been doing this for years. So you ever, in your town, community, wherever you live, you see these people, and you was like, dang, I wonder what they do for a living. That's what the hell y'all been doing? Yep, that's what we've been doing. The lady that made these t-shirts for me. This woman been making t-shirts, my cruising t-shirts, our vacation t-shirts. This woman a doggone claims adjuster. I did not know that. I'm like, she was like, I didn't know you did it. Until, she realized I got the adjusting school, and she's sending her people my way to get them licensed. She was like, I didn't know you was an adjuster. Yes, ma'am. She's been in the game about 3 years now, working from home. Yeah. He said he had friends that makes almost $1 million a year as a team. Yeah. And the first, I was like, what? She was like, yeah. And she didn't do it. She handled the reports and everything, and he did the scoping and the writing. She handled the reports. And networking is very important. You cannot be an independent claims adjuster, whether it's desk or field, and you haven't built relationships. I will always find work. Because my phone was blowing up Friday with my peers texting me. You see what such and such offering? They offered you that? You see who hiring? You see they calling people? They got one, y'all, down in Mississippi. She just left the deployment with me. This is the other one. This is not the one from Georgia. This is the lady from Mississippi. She said she didn't want to leave home, She found a deployment right up the street from her, paying $500 a day. I said, I bet you're leaving home for that, huh? Yep. Yeah, you're the only adjuster you know. Yeah, I was like that for a long time until I started working, and then in my personal life, I'm the only adjuster I know. No, I'm not. Well, kind of, sort of. I had one, she was an adjuster, but she moved, she went over. But yeah, I think I'm the only, like, personally, the only adjuster I know, especially when I first got started. Now, my daughter is a licensed adjuster. My other 2 daughters are licensed, but when I first got into it, I was the only adjuster that I knew. I think it's about $500. The entry for NACA. I don't know, because I got it, baby, when it was like $350, I think. Let me see. We're gonna have a nice time. Me, Soleil, and you're just a homegirl. We supposed to link up. Oh, it was $3.99 for me because I'm a member. Non-members, well, non-members before 10/31 was $5.99, but after October 31st is $7.99, and then on site is $989. I do pay an annual fee as a member, but I can't remember what that fee is. But the website is NACA. What is it? I can't see y'all. NACA NACATADJ.org. Now that's on my vision board. I want a booth for 2024. That's on my vision board. Now NACA is the biggest conference, y'all, but it's a lot of companies that hold conferences. Like they have a conference in San Antonio a week after we come back from NACA. But as far as conferences, that's going to be the only one that I'm going to pay to attend. Now, I'm supposed to be part of a conference, I think in April. But other than that, that's it. I pretty much, because like I don't be spending my money like that. So I do NACA, but the other ones, unless they work with me and give me like a substantial discount, I would go. But I pretty much keep it at NACA. But for 2024, I want a booth at NACA. And booths start at like, well, this year, a member of the rate for a booth is $2,200. But I not only do I want a booth, I want to be able to get a booth out of the income that I bring in for the school, for my school. I don't want to have to take it personally and pay for a booth. So that's the goal, because it'll be easy to get a booth if I just get a booth. But I want the income available from my school to get a booth. Girl, I ain't pay that much for my tickets either, but how did you do that? How much did we pay? I didn't pay that much. I paid about, for me and my husband both round trip, I think I paid about $400. Yeah, me either. Me either. Oh, baby, I be flying cheap. Now, depending on, excuse me, y'all. Let's see, this year I've flown American first class. I treated my husband, y'all. He don't like spending extra money on nothing. But look, we were getting ready to fly to Miami to go to the Bahamas. We were running late. So when we stepped in the airport, the line was wrapped around American. It was wrapped around. And his head just, like, we got to go get in this line. I was like, no, baby, come here. Baby, he just kept, like, looking. I flew my baby first class. And then he was like, I can get rid of this. I can get used to this. He was like, man, they peanuts and cookies even better than sitting in the back of the plane, babe. So yeah, but yeah, I fly Spirit. I used to be a Southwest girl all the time, but Southwest left those people stranded. They're gonna have to come with some good flights. Other than that, it's gonna be whoever got the cheapest flights. Baby, I will fly cheap. I'll fly good. I'll fly first class every now and again if I want to feel special. But other than that, baby, I'll be trying to get where I'm going as cheap as I can. So when I go to Vegas, I'm flying Spirit. When I went to the Dallas Cowboys game, who did we fly? I think we flew Southwest. And then in August, I flew American. Yeah, I flew American. First class. I have a Delta. I've flown Delta, but I've never paid for a Delta flight. It's always been corporate. But I have a Delta credit card. A Delta. so I can get in that Sky Club. Let me see. The amount of cards I got is ridiculous. So I have a regular American Express. I have a Navy Federal American Express. I have a regular Discover. Hold on, y'all got so many cards, it's ridiculous. Okay, let me see if I can find it. Oh shit. Don't judge me, because I have cards and stuff laying everywhere. I might have to put out an APB on that card. Wait a minute. I have another Discover. Oh, where is it? Here it is. My Delta Sky Miles. I've never used it. Not for that. Not for that. Not for that. I've never used Delta Sky Miles. I've never booked a flight with Delta. I'm cheap. But I do, and one of these days I want to fly Delta and I want to be able to, do the little fancy stuff, whatever you call it. I don't even know what you're talking, I don't even know what you call it, like going to the little fancy rooms and you don't have to sit in there with the common people. I want to do that at least one time. That's why I got this card. Oh, it's a business card too. It's a business card. But I've never used it. And then the rest of them is like Macy's. I'm a JCPenney black card holder. All these damn credit cards. Oh, I'm a Sam's Club black card holder. Capital One Spark Business. Shit, I got credit, y'all. I got more credit than I got money. I got more credit than I got money. She said, Legendary said, for $800, they better deploy me straight from Vegas. Right? Hell, give me my claims now. Listen, I got on a damn Spirit flight. Wait, y'all. Now, I got on a Spirit, I don't know what to call it. It was fancy, like a big bus plane, right? And I was like, I could do this, because I had heard some horrible stories. I just started flying Spirit. I had heard some horrible stories about Spirit. Baby, we got on this plane. When I tell you it was top notch, my husband had knee room and all that. Okay, that was that first time. Boy, that second time I got on that Spirit plane and heard that damn engine, and then looked like I saw mist coming from the air conditioner. I'm like, Lord, why did I do this? But, But yeah, I've been a Southwest girl. I just started flying Spirit. My experiences haven't been that bad. But I don't like when I have to hear that damn engine, though. Oh, it's the Centurion. Okay, somebody said, Nicole Tufab said, I love Delta in the Centurion Lounge. See, I don't even know the name of it. All I know is my daughter was like, Mama, we need that experience. I was like, bet, let's get the card. So I got it, and I should have used it for Vegas, but I didn't. I should have used it, but yeah, I might do that for my birthday. So I'm thinking about having like a 50th birthday bash. I was thinking about the Omni Hotel in New Orleans, but with the crime and shit, breaking people's windows and stealing their cars, I think I'm gonna do it in like on a rooftop in Baton Rouge, and then after that, me and my husband fly off somewhere. So I might do it then. Oh, you work with American Express? Yeah, I have so many American Expresses. I think I have. two. I have two. No, I have three. I have three American Expresses. I have three of them. I have my Delta Sky Miles, this one, and then I got the one with Navy Federal. But yeah, I was just checking them at the end of the year, checking my expiration dates and stuff like that, and then I'm gonna go lock them back up. I only keep like 1 or 2 credit cards in my on my person. Cause look, y'all, I usually carry this. This is all that I carry. This little bag right here. I got a few dollars cash, and then my driver's license, and a card or 2. That's it. And I was telling my daughters that this year my bags are only gonna be like pink or red or fuchsia and all that. If you know, you know. And so for Christmas I got another bigger bag, like the medium sized bag to match this. And then my daughter bought me another like flat crossbody bag. And then I got a little pink wallet like it. So if I use another bag and I want pink in my bag, I got something from I think it was Forever 21. No, I've never used it. I've used it, but I've never used it for that. I've never used it for that. I've used my Delta Sky Miles to fly Spirit and Southwest and American. I've never used it with Delta because when I would go in to book with Delta, I would look at the cost of the Delta flights. I've flown Delta, but I don't think I've ever flown Delta on my dime. I've only flown Delta corporate, like the company paid for it. But when I go in and I look at the prices and I'm like, should I do Delta so I can get all these perks and stuff that come with the card, or should I get a flight that's $300 cheaper? I'll just get the flight that's $300 cheaper. So I don't know. I'm gonna upgrade one of these days. I'm gonna upgrade myself one of these days. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Yeah, I might. Yeah, cause I don't know. Like I'm a little frugal, just a little bit, and I think that comes from growing up and not having nothing. You know, I think that's where that comes from. Like, I think it's like being scared of going back to, not having nothing and struggling, in my 20s to get myself together with my kids and I think that's where that comes from. Like, I'll buy stuff. But I really watch, how I spend and what I buy. Cause like, I'm 50. Like, I gotta think about retirement. I have 10-year-old twins. So yeah, like I'm sitting here with this damn Peloton. I ain't been on this Peloton in a month. So I buy stuff. I'm frugal to a certain extent. Like, if it's something I really want, then I'll get it. But like untangible things like flights and stuff like that, girl, it'd be hurting my soul to get 2 tickets for me and my husband, and it's $1,200. Lord, bless you. Travel team at Amex. And you know what? I'm gonna give that a try. Yeah, they are. Yeah, they're identical. They're alike, but they're different. They have their personalities are different, like really, really different. Their voices are different. I had to put that on the charger. Their voices are different and their personalities are different. So yeah, I'm gonna be 60 before I'm a damn empty nester. Which I can't wait. I can't wait. I can't. I used to be scared of it. And I'm gonna write that down. I'm gonna reach out to Delta customer service. Huh? What you want, babe? Y'all wanna go to the park in a little bit?
Sure, but it's thundering, ain't it?
It's thundering?
Yes.
Oh yeah, it is.
It's thundering.
Oh, okay. Ask Mama what she wanna eat. She wanna cook or she want me to go get something?
Blue stove.
Girl, I don't want no blue stove chicken.
Ooh, yeah, blue stove. Good.
I don't want no blue stove chicken.
Well, I'm gonna feed you with it.
I don't want that. Think of something. Go ask Mama what she want.
I'm gonna take you up and make you eat it. I'm gonna give you 2 plates full.
Okay. Y'all, we supposed to have some bad weather coming. What you say, Ruby's saying? Oh, what, girl? Oh, the empty nest? Girl, 60 years old. How old are you, Caitlin?
10.
10. And I'm 49.
Yeah, give me some more.
So in 8 years, I'll be 57.
And I'll be 18.
You'll be 18. Do you plan on going to college or staying home?
I don't know.
You're not sure? Do you want your own apartment or you want to stay with your mom?
Mom.
You stay. Go get your own water. I have one kid and she will be 18 this year, and I'm like, you can stay home. Look, I have 7. And I keep telling them they can't come home. Y'all can't. I'll pay your rent. I'll pay your mortgage. I'll help you. But I don't want you up in here. Y'all, nope.
This water I had last night.
Yeah, stop popping that. And go sit down. Go ask Mama what I told you. What you want? Get it.
Can I get the charger? Tap charger.
Of
course smokes.
Yeah, you can get this one.
Holy smokes.
I have 2. Where the other one at?
Mackie has me.
Mac tablet should be charged right now.
She's still playing it.
She's still playing it. Hold on, let me take this off. Thank you. That's because you're playing it while it's charging, girl.
It'll take forever. Take for 2 hours.
Yeah, no, I don't want I'm not gonna let my kids sleep outside. But I don't want them, not them grown girls, And trust me, one of them been trying to move in ever since I moved in this house. I had an extra room, and she kept saying, what you gonna do with it? What you gonna do with it? I was like, damn, what am I gonna do with it? I better not put a bed in there. If I put a bed in there, I asked Shirley to move in. I made it into the man cave. And then he gonna take his knucklehead tail and go buy a fancy air mattress. So sometimes they'll come and they'll, move his stuff out the way and blow up the air mattress. But I wasn't putting a bed. I felt like that bed would have been. I hope my kids not on here. I don't think they are. I think that bed would have been an open invitation. And I did want to get a bed for like visitors and stuff like that. But I'm telling you, sure as I know my kids, somebody would have moved in. Like they'll come and spend nights, and my baby daughter, they'll come and spend 3, 4, 5, 6 nights. And I'd be like, okay, so, well, she's in El Paso now. But I'd be like, when you going home? And it's only because, like, they have babies. Like, I love my grandkids. I keep them all the time. Y'all see me with them babies all the time. But I don't want to wake up to the crying. I don't want to go. Like, I've done all that. Like, I've been a mom since I was 15 years old. Baby, your rent need to be paid. Holla at your girl. Your mortgage need to be paid. Holla at your girl. I don't want them living with me. I don't. Now, if we go into what they call it, like the purge or something like that, yeah, come on. But that's what it's going to take. I don't want them living with me. Then they're adults. Then they have friends. Some of them have friends I don't care for. you know, all that. And I'm not gonna be uncomfortable in my space, you know. So no, they cannot live with me. Mm-mm. And then they'll see a TikTok where this person said, this lady said her kids can always come home. I will pay your bills. You can't come in here. You understand? No, you don't have to sleep on the street. Now, if you got problems or in your relationship or something and you need to talk, like it's an open door. They got to keep the code to the door, but they cannot move in. I'm telling you, it wouldn't be good. It wouldn't be good. It wouldn't be good. I hope I'm not coming across as mean, but I'll pay. Like they need their own space. Like they're adults. They're women. I already got another woman in here. My mama's in here. And then like I'll be like, don't use the bathroom in the front. Like I got 3 bathrooms. I don't want to be responsible for 2. Don't go in the other one. The other one is for like real guests, like real guests. Cause you know people come to your house, they want to pull back your shower curtain and all that stuff right there. I want like that's the top of the line. Like that's for the people from on the other side of the country that's flying in to visit just to see how you live. That bathroom is for them. Why don't they go in there and use it anyway? So now when I'm cleaning the bathroom, I got 3 bathrooms instead of 2. I don't want to do that. They don't listen. They don't listen. They don't listen. So And I'm not mean, y'all. If I was mean, my kids wouldn't come around me. But they know. I'll pay. You know, they're financially independent for the most part. But I got their backs. I'm always gifting them. I'm always taking them on trips and stuff like that. I just don't want them in my house. You feel that? Yeah. And then, like, you know, And then they know how I feel about company. And then their friends want to show up. And nope. They need their own space. Like when we set the alarm, when me and mama set that alarm, like, because my husband is gone the majority of the time. And when me and mama, when I set the alarm at 8 o'clock, that's it. Me, mama, and the twins, we're locked in. There's no company unless my kids over. We're locked in. We're secured for the night. We're good to go. I don't have to worry about, you know, so no. The grown women going to stay on their own. But I got them. If they stumble, I got them. If they fall, I got them. And they know that. They don't have to sleep on her bridge. But what I did tell them is if y'all need help, it's 4 of y'all. My 4 adult daughters. If y'all need help, y'all can move in with each other. I didn't have that. I didn't have a sister. So they got each other. They're real close. They got a sisters group chat. You know. So if you fall, move in with your sister. Don't sound mean because I'm not. I'm a good mom. But yeah, I'm ready for me and my husband and my mama just to be in here just looking at each other and, you know, and just peace. But the twins may not ever leave. Legendary, I didn't know you could go live with me, girl. I gotta edit that video and put it up too. What you say, as they should, yeah, they can lean on each other. They can lean on it. Legendary, you want to go live? I know you don't, you know, but do you? Let me know. But yeah, after being a mom for so many years, and I started off as a young mom, and then it's the babies. Yeah, it says invite Legendary Chase to go live together. Let's see. I'm gonna send you an invite, and if you're comfortable, accept it. Oh, that's my first time inviting somebody to live. There she is. Hey, Legendary.
I don't think I got the camera on, so I got to sign it on.
No, we can hear you. We don't have to see you. We can hear you.
Yeah, I put the phone in my pocket, and then you said, because I'm down there trying to figure out what inkjet my computer needs, because I got to print out some stuff for studying, and I stuffed it in my phone. And you said, you want to go live? Sure, why not?
Yeah, this is my first time. So they like to hear the goods on the deployments. Just tell them about the deployment you just left, and if that was your first one, what you thought about it, so on and so forth. So we saw what you was typing. So tell them about it.
Right. Okay. Hey, ladies and gentlemen, and everybody in between. My first deployment. Okay, let me go back. Well, I started. Okay, I'm gonna start from the word go. Let me know if I'm a little long winded.
No, you're okay.
I'm a hairstylist by trade. I've been doing that for almost 20 years. And for some reason, it just wasn't given anymore. So for the last 2 years, I'm like, I know I want to do something different, but I don't know what I want to do. And me being who I am, I like my independence and I like not having nobody looking over me, so to speak. So I was also looking for that and also give me the money and more that I was making doing hair. So I'm on TikTok, as my husband say, all you do is be on TikTok. So now I tease him and I be like, see what TikTok did for me?
Right.
So I'm on TikTok and it's another lady on TikTok, Soleil Divine, Right to Live. So she just happened to one day come down my timeline and she was talking about it. And I said, oh, okay, that sounds good. And I just saved the video. I didn't look into it. I had put it in, as I say, I had stuck a pen in it in my mind. And I just kept scrolling. And so she would just periodically come down my timeline. And one day we was on our way to Indianapolis for my youngest son baseball game. And I said, okay, so we got a 2-hour ride. Let me see what she's talking about. So I just sat there and I went through every single one of her videos from the bottom. And I looked over at my husband and I said, when we get back, I'm going to take this class. And he was like, that's what you want to do? I said, yeah. He's like, okay. So we did whatever we was doing in Indiana. Then we came home and I bought the class. So I'm listening to Soleil. So then I go on TikTok and I just type in independent adjusters. And that's how I found you. And you came up. So I went to the way bottom of the screen and I started listening to your videos. Then I went over to YouTube and I'm going from YouTube to TikTok listening to both of y'all videos. And I'm not one to easily be led into things. Now I will jump off the cliff if I think it's something I want to do. Head first, might I add. Pray for the best on the landing.
That's me.
So I was listening to him and I'm like, it's something. I was like, I don't think they trying to scam a script or nothing. I'm like, it's something about them that, like, I resonate a little bit with their spirit. Like, I could see that it's just not like, you know how some people, you could see some people on here and other social media platforms and you be like, girl, I don't know what you're talking about, but okay.
Right.
But I didn't feel that way about you guys. So I started my journey in July. It was the end of June. It was the 27th. It was the day before my son's birthday. So I bought the course and I started the course. Then I passed it by July. And then, once you pass the course, you have to do all that IA stuff. You have to take them certifications. When I tell you, I was in there because I had converted my laundry room. Half my laundry room is a laundry room. The other half is an office. So I'm locked in the laundry room day in and day out, fighting the air, doing certifications, signing up for IA firms. My husband was like, I ain't seen you all day. You've been in there. I said, I know. I'm one of the people, I like to get it done and get it off my plate. I don't like to procrastinate with certain stuff.
Right.
While simultaneously being a procrastinator.
Right. Yeah, I get it.
Right. So if I'm vested in something, I get tunnel vision and I like to just knock it off my plate so I can do something different. So then I'm sitting here, I'm in the Facebook groups. I'm from Facebook to TikTok to certifications. I could have really thought I was losing my mind. And I'm like, okay, I got all kind of binders full of notes. It was something. So I'm looking at people. So now we coming down to October. Now all these calls is going off and the text messages when I'm in the Facebook groups and everybody, yeah, I got my deployment. I got a deployment. I'm genuinely happy for them, but I'm like, well, damn. Just treat me like the ball head steps out.
Okay. I hope we haven't lost her, y'all. Because she was just finna talk about when she got her deployment. But yeah, that's what I'm saying. You
Did
see.
I come back?
Oh, yeah, you back. Okay, so
Okay,
they
I'm
got
sorry.
their deployment now. Okay.
Yeah, everybody getting their deployments, and I'm genuinely happy for them because I feel like I want everybody to make money, be happy and healthy in their life. So I don't feel that because it's your time that has anything to do with my time. I just feel like y'all never got caught a little earlier than that. It's okay. I can celebrate you and it don't dim my life. So, nevertheless, so I don't know who or how I applied or who I was texting, calling, emailing, smoke signaling. I don't know. Honest to God, I don't know. But I woke up one morning and I had an email in my business email box. So I looked at it, I said, ooh. But you know, you also getting a bunch of emails and they're like for onboarding or stand back. So you get a text or you be like, oh, is this it? No, this ain't it. I'm on stand by again. So this one, the lady was like, she just break it was for QA. And I really liked QA, to be honest. My personal experience, I liked them. The deployment I was on, it was for Tower Hill. I liked their system. It was easy.
I love Tower Hill.
Yeah, I liked them. And that particular deployment, they were not micromanaging you at all.
That's Tower Hill. Mm-hmm.
They were not. Don't get it wrong. Don't get me wrong. You were expected to do your work,
Right.
but you basically had your way with it. As long as you was doing your work, talking to them people when you talk to them, it wasn't. I didn't have a specific time that I had to log in. I didn't have a specific time I had to log out. But
You had to do your work.
was still working 10, 11 hours a day. Once you get on, you be working. I tell anybody when I be talking to them about it, I say, don't get me wrong, it's work from home, but it is not a jiggle your mouse type of job.
That's all I've been trying to say.
No, baby, you're not gonna sit there and jiggle your mouse every 2-3 minutes. That's
and
not
get
gonna
paid and stay on the deployment.
Because I always put it in the back of my mind, even though I got my camera cut off.
Oh, okay. You got a question for her? Okay, we'll let her come
Go
back.
ahead.
Okay, so there's a question in chat. It says, Kay Taylor says, what about training? Did they do any training since you were brand new?
Okay, so I got the email on the 2nd. On the 3rd, the email just ran down the pay the pay specs. It was $250 per claim. It was broke up to where you get $50 for initial contact, and then another $50 if you may. They were offering something called like an advance payment of the people because it was Hurricane Ian, whatever. Mm-hmm. So off bat, you was getting $100 per claim, and then you get the remaining $150 once the claim closed. So that was just basically what the initial email was about. So she was like, if you're interested in it, if you're interested in it, send me back the email with your name, your license number, your email address, and your phone number. You had to have your own equipment. You had to have your own phone. I was fine with that because I had all of that. I had even went out and got me a separate business line so that when that phone rang, I knew it was money. So I didn't have to worry about if it was spam calls. If that phone rang, chimed, chirped, sung, did anything, it was
you knew what it was.
Money. Yeah, I knew to go get that. So I'm like, okay, I wasn't sure. So the 3rd happened. She's like, okay, we're going to log on. I think she said 10 a.m. I said, okay, let me log on. I told my husband, I said, I don't really know if this is a real deployment, but I'm going to go on and see. Girl, we got on there. She was like, okay, hi guys. I'm gonna go through a couple of things with you about the system, and then if you guys feel comfortable, I'm gonna go through a couple of things with you. Then, once you guys feel comfortable after you've logged in the system and I've sent you your credentials, once you guys are set up, shoot me an email, and I'm gonna shoot you some claims. I said, what the hell?
That's it.
She went over for about an hour and a half. She went over stuff with us.
Most of it was how to log into the system, huh?
Baby, that's all it was how to log in the system, where to go for this, where to go for that. It was nothing about how to make the initial call, what to ask them. It was none of that. It was, when I tell you, it was extremely heavy on the independent. It was extremely heavy on the independent.
That's great information. That is great information that they need to hear from other people, like, from someone that's new to it that actually got deployed. You were successful in your deployment and you self-released. But let me tell you, for Worley, you want to know how much I was making per day? Because remember you told me how much you was making per file? I was making $650 per day. So that's just how, that's just how much the pay has changed.
I thought me coming in, I'm like $250 a day. I hurried up and did, I multiplied by 2 and added a 1 or 2, and I'm like, okay, I do. Realistically speaking, don't get me wrong. You listen to, because everybody that we're listening to coming in is seasoned adjusters, so we're listening to them at where they're at. Their pay scale is at today. So we listening to them because I'm listening to y'all like shit. Oh, excuse me. Like, I ain't doing nothing under 30. I don't care what they talking about. I got the audacity of me.
But yeah, you got to keep that audacity though.
But it's still the audacity of me. Exactly. I'm 42 years old. If I want to work for $20, I can go up the street to Walmart.
Right. There you go.
Or I can keep bumping and curling, and folks don't halfway get on my nerves the way them insurance do. With bless their heart, but they worse.
Yep. And yes, her deployment was remote.
Yeah, I worked completely from home. I never went anywhere. I had all my own equipment. Now, excuse me, they didn't have a very, very formal training, but let me say, in their defense, because I'm gonna always say what's right, and I'm gonna tell you when it's wrong. In their defense, specifically speaking, because every deployment is a deployment basis. Right. Every deployment, this specific deployment with QA, every week we would have, or maybe every week or every other day for the first, I'm going to say, 3 weeks, we were having like a team's training. Mm-hmm. It would be a team's training or either a team's Q&A. Once we started getting a little deeper into the claims, once we kind of moved past the initial contact and the advance payment, it's the initial contact, the advance payment, and this was only in reference to Hurricane Ian, so you can't take this information and apply this to any other deployment.
Right, because they're all different.
Everyone is different. In reference to the one I was just on, specifically for Hurricane Ian, once you do your initial contact, make your advance payment, and you send out your field adjuster's request, you just kind of in limbo until your field adjuster report come back. So we were kind of taking our training step by step. So once we kind of got into the groove of the initial contact, advance payment, and field adjuster's report, once those start coming back in, excuse me, now you're kind of going to segue into a different part of the system, how to do this, how to do that. Now you're making payments, you're dealing with maybe supplements. Now you have to actually talk to the field, the insurers, because they having damages, and the field adjusters writing them up for like $8,000 payment, and they like, how am I gonna get a roof for $10,000? Exactly. Ma'am, I don't know. Mm-hmm. But you can have your girl. It got to the point where I just listened to it, and I'd be like, well, all you have to do is have your contractor come in and write you up an estimate and submit it for supplement. Once that comes in, I'll kick it back to the appropriate department, and once I hear something back, I'll give you a call, and we'll go over the numbers. Girl,
and y'all see how she talking? That was her first deployment, and she's already sounding like an experienced adjuster. You get in, like, you have to have a certain mindset to get in here. You just got to get in there and get it.
Internalize it.
Yeah, you cannot.
Need to be disrespectful. You don't ever have to be disrespectful if they're being disrespectful. And sometimes tension can get a lot high, but you can't do nothing. It was another lady who told me my coin phrase, and I love it. Per your policy.
Per your policy.
Well, you can send that in, and I'll review it, and we'll see if per your policy allows anything extra.
Exactly. That's all you can do. Because we're not gonna make you better. We're gonna make you whole. So if your policy allows it, you got it.
Flood insurance.
Yep.
And you'll be surprised at the people who didn't have flood insurance.
Yep. And you'll be surprised at the people who thought flood insurance was included with their homeowner's insurance. Yes. Flood insurance is never included with homeowner's insurance. Totally different.
That's a nice hot endorsement.
Right.
That's a nice endorsement.
Yep.
Well, ma'am, I thought I had. Per your policy there, you don't have.
Oh, yeah, girl, you got it. Per your policy. We even do that with auto, per your policy.
Off for you.
You mean to
They
tell me?
automatically think that you are internalizing their coin. They
Exactly.
don't hold the purse strings per your policy. You
Per
don't
your
have flood
policy.
insurance with us. But what you can do is you can call your agent and talk to them, and maybe you have it with another vendor, but you don't have it with us, Kurt. So that's
Exactly.
something you would talk to your agent about.
And then let's talk about them agents. Let's talk about the agents. These agents are out here. I don't understand because agents get paid on policies that they write. And for every addition they add to the policy, they get paid. Why are they selling these people mediocre policies? If I was an agent, I would start out with this is what you should get based on your property and what you have. Right? Sometimes they don't give them enough coverage. They should offer them things that they should.
I also know how the nature of people is. They get on the phone with us and they like to play naive.
They do.
But
They'll play dumb.
When they were sitting in there online or in the office with their agent, they was looking at the numbers and they had calculated a few things and they had we ain't had a hurricane in 5, 6, 7, 10 years, so we should be good.
Yeah.
And then the next 2 years you got a hurricane.
You got a hurricane. And I would tell anybody, I mean ALE, I don't care whether you're in the hurricane zone or not, I would get additional living expenses because with the way things are going on right now, I would be sure that that's added to my policy. So if I have to leave home because of a flood, a tornado, whatever it is, a fire, you got that coverage. Because guess what? What it is, Red Cross ain't gonna always show up for you. Which they do. I've had clients where Red Cross show up and would take care of their lodging and all that. It was during a windstorm event.
First come, first serve.
Yeah. So you should, and then I'm like, why? Either you declined it, and a lot of times the agents be leaving stuff on the money. They really don't be knowing. And then sometimes you talk to people, and these people, listen, they may own a $500,000 home, but their comprehension is just not there. They're just good at a skill, and they have a business, and they can make that money, but they can't communicate. Like, it could be a carpenter. And that carpenter made enough money to buy land with a $500,000 house, but when it comes to talking contracts and stuff like that, they don't know, y'all. They don't be knowing. And those are the people that my heart goes out to. I really go the extra mile because I be like, can you pull somebody in, your grandson or somebody that can help you with this, Because it's
something. Tell when they don't know.
Yeah.
Because they will talk to you. I had this one lady, she was older. I talked to her so much to the point where my husband knew when I was talking. He's like, who you talking to, Miss So-and-so? I said, you know who it is. I said, at this point, she my auntie now.
Right. Yep, you have those.
Every 2 to 3 days, she worked my nerves, but at the same time, she was sweet. But oh, baby, she got on my last.
Look, I just had one. Miss Eve, her name, this is not a name. I ain't gonna even make up a fake name. But that lady would call me so much. And sometimes, if I just spoke to her that morning and she called me back at 5, she would not get me.
I ain't answering.
Nope, I'm not answering. Leave me a voicemail.
My phone after 5 o'clock.
Right. Okay.
After 5 o'clock, that's all.
Okay, Legendary, on YouTube, they say, how long did your deployment last? Did your first deployment last?
I started, it was about 3 months.
3 months. And you ended up self-releasing, right?
3 months. And we ended, I'm sorry, what you say?
Did you self-release or it ended?
Yes, I self-released because as I stated, we were on that 250 a claim. So it was, when it was, as the kids say, when it was busting, it was busting. But as you start really getting into the claims and you getting the real claims, so the supplements wasn't supplementing the way they should have been supplemented. So one thing about me, money is going to always be the motivator. And baby, listen, the way these folks will get on your nerves, you're currently not paying me enough for them to get on my nerves the way they get on my nerves. Sorry to say.
And if somebody stick around for supplements, they going to get on your nerves because they want what they want. And they going to get on your nerves.
As they should. But a lot of the times, I be like, I'm just going to say this. You're going to really find out when you're dealing with a specific area of insureds.
A certain
The entitlement
demographic.
is real. Yeah, the entitlement is real. Oh, the entitlement. Cause there's certain stuff I be like, y'all really finna make a claim for this? You don't know they finna get you on the back end? But okay, you say what now? Okay, you want me to do what? One more time? Oh, okay. And also that? Oh, okay, your gas grill from outside? Okay, what else? Girl, whatever they tell me, I write down and I just be saying to myself, baby, wait 6 to 9 months. And y'all gonna be singing a whole nother tune for a lot of the stuff y'all doing. But
Yeah.
you know it is your right. You did pay your premium.
Yeah.
So, you know, there's that. But
Legendary, but hear this though. So we have those that are super entitled, right? And then we have those that just don't even try to take full advantage.
No, they don't. You be like, you sure you don't want to? No, I'm all right. Cause you
I'm
know, my
like-
husband, he got up there and he fixed this and she did that. I'll be like, okay, well, you know, you have my number. If you have any call, if you know if there's any concerns or you have any questions about anything, you give me a call back.
Or they'll say something to the effect of, "Oh, I'll just go ahead and pay for it. You can close that claim." I was like,
Yeah.
okay, so you do realize you have this policy, and that's why we're here. Because during a catastrophe, if the insurance rates go up, it's going up across the board. Yours is not going to stay the same just because you didn't use your policy. And
Yeah.
it's that's a demographic. I'm like, would you please use your policy? But then you got those people that want to file every pack of steak, have time to be lying.
They patio furniture.
Patio furniture. The shoes her son wore to the prom. It had a sentimental value. Just
You know what I don't want to hear another phrase? I don't want to hear nothing about is to a lanai or a screened-in enclosure. Baby. Them lanais down in Florida.
girl.
No disrespect to the Florida people that's on this line, but
Yeah.
them and them lanais.
Them lanais, yeah.
Which is the same thing, baby.
Oh,
If
yeah.
I don't ever hear that word again in my life, it would be too soon.
Girl, I know. Now you're bringing me back. Now you're bringing me back. I remember that. I remember.
I was like, oh my loins. And then they pool filters and the oh no. Let's go over into the boats and they docks.
The docks.
boat lifts.
The docks.
Oh baby.
Yeah, the
You
pool
want your
cages,
dock
yep.
replaced?
The docks
You want
and
your dock replaced?
yep.
Okay.
They be trying to get it all.
Baby, it got to a point on them supplements. I say, because like I said, Tower Hill is, if they in Florida, I would recommend Tower Hill to people because that insurance company was good and they were really,
They
from
are.
my experience, they were not trying to, they wasn't trying to stiff them people. They wasn't trying to, like, you know, try to downplay them. They were like, pay them. If they got this, pay them. I was like, well, hell, is this an insurance company? You just give them up what you're doing.
Yeah, Tower Hill, they in the business of paying, and I've never worked for QA claims, and you know what? Make sure you update that in your portals and stuff, and update your resume. I work for Tower Hill with Whirling, I work for Tower Hill with Renfro, and I work for Tower Hill with GRS. And across the board, I work for SFI, but Tower Hill, I really enjoy working for them as a company. And I don't think the pay is based on that you got from QA is based on Tower Hill. That's based on QA. I think that if you would go somewhere else, you'll get a different pay structure for Tower Hill.
Okay. I can believe that.
Yeah, I think that's them because yeah, I think it's them because you know the firm has the ability to pay you what they want based on what they get. You know what I'm saying? And a lot of firms don't roll that money down to the adjusters. Some firms do. Everybody make money, the firms and the adjusters. But I never heard of that fee schedule. And when you told me that, I was like, I never heard of them paying like that. But that's just the firm. That's the way their fee structure. But I'm willing to bet you if you work for Tower Hill with like, get on GRS's roster. Make sure you put Tower Hill on there. Your experience with Tower
Okay.
Hill, because I worked Tower Hill with them. And how much was I making? Oh man, I can't remember. It was no less than $350-$400 a day.
That sounds about right.
Yeah. So yeah, get on there. And I worked Tower Hill with them. And for the biggest of my IA career, that's what I did. Property Tower Hill. That's what I did. And then this is my first time doing auto total loss. Now,
Okay.
I made good money. $40 an hour, $60 on overtime. But we had a 100 rolling features. Cause I typically I will do an auto deployment, but Tower Hill had me so spoiled. I was like, I don't want another auto deployment. I'm doing property. But when this came up, I was like, I'm gonna give it a chance. And I hadn't worked auto for years, and I gave it a chance, and it actually worked out. It was pretty good.
If anybody gets a chance to work for Tower Hill, I would definitely tell you to go ahead, because that was my very first deployment, and I had came in listening to everybody else talk about the 6 days a week, 10 hours a day, 7 days a week, 12 hours a day. So I had already mentally committed myself to those kind of hours. And again, Tower Hill didn't have that particular assignment I was on for Tower Hill didn't have specific set times in. The lady told us, you don't have a time to be in and a time to get off. You just have to touch your file. They do have it's not a free for all. Be clear, it's not a free for all. You do have to touch your files within Tower Hill's timeline. They want you to initial contact needs to be made within 24 hours. Advance payment needs to be made within 48 hours. Then once your field adjustment report comes back, they want that out and paid out within 24 hours. Now, realistically speaking, some of those time frames are not going to be met just because it's out of your hands, because anything that was over, once the field adjustment reports came back in, anything that was over $10,000, you had to have a manager's, you had to get manager's authorization.
Sign off on it. Yeah.
Yeah, so of course, it was a little backlog a day or two to that. So realistically speaking, it's not going to be a 48-hour timeline if the manager takes 2-3 days to get back to you. But, that's no shot towards them, because you can imagine if they got over 100 and something employees, then you can imagine how much authorizations they looking at, and they just can't go through and say, okay, this is it. They have to literally go through and look through it, because they'll kick them back, baby. They was getting kicked back.
Oh yeah, they'll kick them back. And then another thing with Tower Hill too, I see some of y'all questions, but another thing with Tower Hill too, even on my deployments, we didn't have a set time to work.
Right.
My set time for me with Tower Hill was typically 7 to 7. But that gave me leeway during the day if I wanted to do other things. Now, if I just say I stepped away for a couple hours during the day, I could sit there and do some work after hours. You know what I'm saying? As an experienced adjuster. So no, Tower Hill, they not gonna make you sit there and work, because you're getting paid per file, per whatever, per closure, per whatever, and per day, whatever. But they see that you're either gonna produce on a property assignment or you're not. And they can see that. They pull reports and they can see that. So that's what I'm saying. You have to be disciplined and start working on your discipline yourself. Because you could get these deployments, and if you ain't disciplined enough to make yourself sitting there because you don't have a supervisor standing over your shoulder and you're not clocking in and clocking out, you're not going to make it. You don't necessarily need certs for Tower Hill. You don't need certs for Tower Hill. Tower Hill is one company that give anybody a chance. Even on emergency licenses, they'll give you a chance.
Yeah. I self-released, but I kind of want to call back and be like, hey, how's it going? You guys okay over there?
You need any help? Because, look, I'll be like, well, something came up, and
I did. When I self-released, but like I said, I want to believe, because I was never reprimanded by any of my supervisors.
They do not train good.
Yeah, I want to believe that we ended on a good note, because when I did emailed my head supervisor to let her know that I had an unforeseen medical issue that came about.
Right.
And she was like, she was cordial about it. She was like, okay, I appreciate your hard work. Woo, woo, woo. Do you want me to reassign your claims, or do you want to finish them out? Reassign them.
Yeah. And then they'll probably go in and pull them same claims that you don't want to deal with and drop them right back on you.
Like, hey, boo. How's it going? How was your holiday?
Right.
So the medical emergency wasn't as severe as I thought.
But I can tell you this, they will let you come back though. I've had to leave before and come back. It's all in how you make yourself an asset, how you present yourself, the relationship that you build with them. I've had to leave for like a couple weeks and go back. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I thought we were okay. The management, they were helpful. I never really felt a time where it was like, as the deployment went on in time, some of the main managers' response was a little lax, but I never, felt no type of way about it, because it was other managers as best as you can, because everybody is from different states, so you never really can get a true feel of a person over teams per se. But if you kind of know how to, because it was crazy, because it was I went on an appointment by myself. I'm from Illinois, so I don't know nobody from nowhere. And I never put a picture up. I never put my picture up. I never put my screen on. So, and if you see my real name, you're going to think I'm a middle-aged white woman. And that's fine. And this one guy jumped in my team's inbox, and he like, hey, can you help me with so-and-so? Girl, it's like day 4. Help you with what? Who told you I knew what I was doing?
And all you got to do is read the room. Just like when I tell y'all, or I tell my mentees, when you walk into a deployment, a physical deployment, you do the same thing working from home. Don't go in there loud and rambunctious and giving your opinions. People don't care. But I guarantee you're going to have a couple of those in every deployment. Go in there and read the room. Sit down. Listen more than you talk.
If you in that team, read the room, baby. Because
Read
I used to
the
be
room.
in teams like, ooh, baby, that was a little undertone right there on that comment. Okay, let's see how that goes.
Right.
It's funny to me.
Right. That's what I do. I don't take part in that. I typically don't.
When I got a question.
Right. The only reason we know each other, we knew each other because we actually met on site, and then we went home. So we pretty much knew how each other looked. And then towards the end, they started bringing people in with their little pictures up there. Baby, over here, that don't mean nothing. You with your lace front laid to the side, them looking all beautiful with that $1,000 wig, that don't mean nothing. Shut up and turn your computer off and do your work. Now, on the side, we would have our little small conversations, usually during, because we built relationships when we were out there together.
Heavy on the off teams. Heavy on off teams.
Yeah, off team.
Don't have no personal conversations.
Mm-hmm.
Even in the DMs, the young man that wound up texting me, asking me how to do something on day 3 when I didn't know how to do nothing, but what he told me, what he was asking me, I actually did kind of know how to do a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
So, I was nice, and me and him wound up being cool. So we would be texting each other, and we would start in teams, and then he might want to talk like, hey, we on the open line, I'm going to call you. Then I got to exchange personal numbers. And I was like, you got to hit me on the back phone.
Yeah, I've even had people, listen, I've mentored staff on this last deployment that hit me up on Teams. This is what I would tell them. Hey, I'm currently, on assignment and working. This is my personal number. This is my number, and this is my email if you'd like to reach out. And then they'll reach out, and they'll be like timid. I'll be like, hey, I wasn't going to do all that in Teams, right? Yeah, I got some, go in there and buy that list. I got that list for you. You want to lead a company? Go ahead and do that. But in Teams, I'm straight to the point. Hey, my number is, call me after hours. I get off at such and such. And then they'll text, hey, I got your number. I'll be calling you at 7. Oh, no, you call me now. You call me now. We wasn't finna have this conversation on Teams.
No, ma'am. And you know, they can call you on Teams. He'll be like,
oh, yeah.
Because I'm like, hey, I'm going to call you back on the other phone.
Right. Yeah. That's another thing. We slip up. Like, all of that is in my training. Like, you have to, and the thing is, a lot of people know this, but I'd rather just have the conversation about it, you know, about being tactful and stuff like that, because a lot of people don't, you know? So there's a way to go in and build your relationship gonna speak for itself.
Yes.
You know what they say, the empty train is always the loudest? Go in and shut up. Shut up. Just be quiet.
You don't have to respond to every comment.
You don't have
if it doesn't
no.
pertain to
And you have those in
it.
everyone. They got a conversation for everything. Oh, not when they get upset about something. Well, I thought we was gonna be off for Thanksgiving. They be sitting there going back and forth, and I'm sitting there like I'm gonna be in the Bahamas. I don't know about y'all.
How about I silenced the whole Teams chat as a whole, and I only went in it once or twice a day just to see if anybody had asked a question. I needed to know. Other than that, I DM my managers in Teams. Other than that, I didn't even bother with Teams because it's too much going on, and I don't want to hear all that.
Yeah.
I'm trying to work.
Yeah, people be doing too much. So with my mentees and you know, I want y'all to, when y'all show up, and I want y'all to present yourself in a certain way. I don't want you to be loud. I want you to sit back and just take it all in. Don't be loud. Don't jump on bandwagons. Because I had already secured my time off of Thanksgiving. I had already secured.
Right, it don't matter.
Yeah, so
right, it don't matter.
yeah, that don't matter. Like if it's something that I needed time off, then they're up in there like, oh, I need time off and such and such thing. Like I didn't have those issues, but it's all in how you know you go in there, you be an adult. And you be quiet. If you used to taking the floor, don't do it on your assignment. Because taking the floor and taking your stance is going to get you right on out the door. Just go in there and work them claims, keep your head down, and mind your business.
My whole goal, my personal goal was, for my deployment was to, and I told my husband and anybody else I was talking to about it, I said, I'm 42. I'm not really looking to climb the proverbial ladder.
Mm-hmm.
I just want I want to stay in the upper middle, not the lower. I don't want to do too much because then they be thinking you can do too much. But it's like, hey,
yeah.
I ain't saying don't do too much, but I'm just saying I'm going to be very productive, but I'm going to keep my head down and trust they notice.
Yeah, they notice. Absolutely. And that's how you get the team lead positions and you know, you're sure to get called back, and that's how you get to stay. You know, now for me, I've never, and if Rubens is still in here, she'll tell you because we worked together for a long time. You are not going, and she can vouch for me on this in the wireless industry, and I carry that over to today. You are not going to excite me with the title. I don't give a damn about a title, manager, supervisor. I don't care. If that money does not match the duties and responsibilities, I don't even need the title. I need that money to match the duties and responsibilities that you're requesting of me. Right? Titles do not excite me. You barking up the wrong tree with that. Because I'm gonna show up, I'm gonna give 100%. But titles just, you know, I've had people offer me titles and then they didn't want to talk about money. You know, you can miss me with it. And then a lot of times why I don't want to be a team lead is because, like I said, I did get extra money. I did good. I made good money. But the thing with being a team lead, they'll give you, and this is not across the board, y'all. This is just my experience. They'll give you some claims, not as much as everybody else, but then I got to be there to answer your questions too. You know? And some people, it's just so hard to, like, you try to tell them in the nicest way, look, just do your job and don't worry about that. They get offended by that. So my thing is, now when I go on deployments, I'm just going to mind my business. Just let me work and make my money, and everybody else figure it out on their own. You know,
Get out.
because
That's all
people
I want to do.
they don't be open to the constructive criticism, and then like you know you got the goods, you got the expertise, but every time like this one woman. Every time I told her something she had, so I'm like, well, why are you talking to me then? You already got it figured out. Like why? Like you not like you don't even want to like you listen to respond. You're not even listening and taking in. And then when they call her, she texted me. They let you go? No, ma'am. They didn't let me go. They let your ass
No,
go. Exactly. So no, but yeah. So just go in with your head low, quiet. You ain't gotta. You talking up and having 1,000 questions ain't gonna help keep you on no longer than nobody else.
no, ma'am.
If you have a valid
Google, there's
question,
certain stuff you can still Google. You can't Google everything as it pertains to their systems. But if you're
right?
trying to figure out the ACV or this, that, and the third, you can Google. It's still YouTube. And hell, you sometimes you just have to sit there and look at it for a little while because I did that a lot.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
just was sitting there looking at it like, okay, I know something ain't right. I ain't quite figured out how to do this. Or it was for me. It was a lot when it came to when we got to the estimating part of it,
Mhm.
and you know the report. So now you have to go in and you have to figure out these. And I'm like, for some reason, this just don't add up, and I don't understand how he got to this.
Right.
And
Right.
then at that point, I'm contacting the team lead, and they like, oh, okay, that's because you didn't take away. You have to take away the
Mhm.
non-recoverable depreciation, or
Mhm.
no, if it's under 10,000, you can give them that recoverable depreciation. I said, oh, okay, so that's why my numbers wasn't up.
Mhm. That's right.
And
That's right.
you always you're gonna hear time and time again for the new people, myself included, notate, notate. If you did not notate, it didn't happen. No, if you notate in real time as best you can. If you can't notate in real time, meaning maybe you ran to the store and you got your phone on you, so you accidentally answered the phone. So write down what you and that person talked about, the time and the date. When you get back to your computer, notate so and so called XYZ. We talked about this, that, and the third. Follow up. They're gonna submit this, that, and the third. Always say what they do and track for me. And because I do have customer service experience even outside of doing hair, I did call service before I did call center before I did that. So I know about notating your account, talking about what was said.
Mhm.
Always
You just
try
go
to
in.
keep
You put
your
delayed note. You do
yes.
delayed note, and you proceed to copy the notes
Uh-huh.
that you put in your. I mean, we all have phones. We have notes in our phones.
Yeah.
And then that's the thing
Exactly.
about property. See, like you could go out and do those. You know, you could go to your baby's school. You could run to the grocery store. You could go get your teeth cleaned and stuff like that. But you still
Right.
have to be diligent to stay on top of your work. And I be scared to tell people, you know, how I'm able to move around because I don't want people like, you know, I've had a mentee or two to just, you know, get these types of deployments and then don't realize like ain't nobody gonna make you sit there, but damn, you gotta, you know, they don't sit there and work. You know, don't you can't necessarily do what I do until you get
No.
in and learn the job.
And learn the system and know how
Learn
to don't think that again it's not a jiggle your mouse type of job. Don't think because you in your house and oh they can't see me. Yes they can. Yes, they
again.
can. When if you ain't never been on teams and needed help, and the supervisor be like, "Okay, let me take over your screen." You don't think they can? Come on, Becky. Come on. If you don't think that they can do that at any given time, they don't actually
Yep.
get permission
Yep.
for that.
Yep. And that's another reason you need to be quiet. We had somebody. Now this
on top of you.
right. This is somebody that they didn't start with my original team, but they came over. And she is giving they were making some changes and she was giving the supervisor flack like why like about the changes, why it's so hard, why it don't make sense. And he said, share your screen with everybody.
They won't do that.
She did not want to do that. She had talked to, she did not want to do that. Share your screen, let me show you.
And he did it on purpose because he was
Yeah.
already looking at.
Yeah, now you should have just sat there and been quiet because you wasn't even at home. You wasn't even at your house. So when she do share her screen, she go mute for a minute. I'm like, wherever she was, she bust out the door and went sat in her car. She shared her screen. He was like, well, you can't even really see it because you don't have your second monitor. That's why it's so difficult for you. You don't have your second monitor. And I'm like, all she had to do was shut the hell up.
But
they can see that bubble.
They
yep.
slip.
Yep.
They slip.
Mm-hmm.
Let me tell you also while we're here, it is very, very lucrative. When I tell you my I want to say my first paycheck was like $9,100 and something. Baby, when I seen that, I said, oh, so that's what they talking about.
Well, I'm glad they're hearing it from a new adjuster. Yeah. And how long did it take you to make that $9,000?
That was in 2 weeks because they were paying every 2 weeks.
Mm-hmm.
My first payroll, with every payroll is different. With the one I was on with Tower Hill, we had to, on like a Tuesday, maybe you're familiar with this, on Tuesday we had to send in our spreadsheet, so to speak.
They still do spreadsheets, okay.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
So again, I'm coming from doing hair. I'm 42. I know about Excel, but I don't know about Excel. So she sent out the spreadsheet, and it had to be done by a certain time. It had to be done, I think, by like 3 o'clock. Mind you, she sent the spreadsheet out at 11. I'm like, okay, I'm going to do it. So I'm on the phone now, the client's calling and everything, so I'm busy. And so it's 2 o'clock. I'm like, okay, let me go ahead and turn this in because what I need is my money come next Friday. Well, come Friday, because you turn it in on Tuesday, then that following Friday is your pay period. So I turned it in, I wrote down, because I was writing down all my clients and all my woo-woo-woo. So, I did my math.
I told you, keep up with it, keep up with it, keep up with it.
I still got them spirals today. So I was like, okay, so I went in, I'm calling my friend, trying to figure out, because I like to try to figure it out before I ask for help anyway. I don't really like to ask for help to begin with, so I really can't figure it out for me to dial down on somebody to offer up, to send a smoke signal for some help. So I called my friend, I said, I know she knew about spreadsheets. So she showed me how to send it out and copy it. Girl, I done sent the wrong spreadsheet to these people. I done sent them the spreadsheet they sent back to me. Just so happened the computer caught some of my files, so my very, very first paycheck wasn't what it was supposed to be.
Okay.
But my second paycheck came, and that's the one that was really, really big because I had a couple $1,000s from my first paycheck.
Okay.
That was put
that
on
you had
missed.
Paycheck. Yeah.
Right. So they don't never. If you leave some money on the table, you're gonna.
If you leave some money on the table, it's just on the table. They're not going to hunt you down to pay you. So, I picked it up from there. If you leave money on the table, it's just on the table. They're not going to bring it down to pay you. And when you're working on some of these claims, with auto, everything is pretty much in the system, and you're probably doing hourly, so on and so forth. But with property, you're getting paid per claim and per these different transactions that's going on in the claim. You have to keep up with that, baby. You have to keep up with that. With our spreadsheet, the only thing, because we was getting paid at one time for closed files, so the only thing I had to keep up with is my closed file. So if I issue payment and close 30 and I'm getting paid $500 per file, then I knew that was my money. But if I forgot to add one on, you think they was going to come back and say, they'll check it to make sure you ain't getting what you didn't earn, but they ain't going to come back and tell you that you left money on the table.
No, that's for you to figure that out.
Yeah.
They won't not pay you, but they not gonna back check. They might catch one or two that you forgot about, but that's it. It'll just wait till the next pay period.
Yep.
So it's very, very, all the young people, young and old, because I done told my son, my son is licensed, my cousin is licensed, her daughter is licensed, my husband's cousin's daughter is licensed. And now this is so ghetto. My son's sister is she just called me yesterday to talk to me. Her dad called and he was asking me about what I do. And I'm trying to figure out who the hell told you what I do, because I ain't told you. So I said, you telling them daddy my business.
Uh-huh.
Like, I don't do that way. I'm just joking with him, but for real.
Yeah.
Right.
I
told you to tell my dad. Girl, I sent because when I I first hear about it, I was trying to tell everybody. I was so excited. I'm like, look, I told my son. He the very first one I told. Then I told my cousin. I'm like, look, this is what it is. I'm sending them y'all TikTok pages. I done sent out y'all TikTok page. Girl, I was pushing y'all pages like crack.
Well, thank you.
I was like, these is the people I listen to. Go on there, look through it, da 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 da. So I'm telling them, girl, I'm trapped in a laundry room working, girl. He walking past every day, ain't paying me a lick of attention. I done bought him the class in July. He playing in his butt with it. So I'm like, okay, one thing about me, I tell you twice. After that, it's
Yep.
you what you do with him.
That's me.
I'm gonna always tell you, no more than twice. What you do with this is I'm telling my friends, I'm telling my best friend, I'm telling everybody.
Yep.
So now get my deployment. Okay, cool. That second check hit, I ain't say nothing to nobody. I just politely did a nice little screenshot and sent it to 2-3 people. Oh, everybody won't get licensed now.
Yeah, and I'm like, why y'all just won't listen from the jump? Like, only one of my daughters listened from the jump. She's the only one that listened from the jump.
Girl, nobody was listening to me from the jump.
They don't believe it.
First the point.
Yeah, they don't believe it.
Okay.
They don't believe it. But
when I sent them the screenshot, baby, when I tell you my cousin brought her laptop over to the house the next day,
she was like,
she said, what I gotta do now?
Yeah.
My daughter was both here.
Yeah.
Like that, what I gotta do?
That's right. I was telling Rubens, me and Rubens was in the wireless industry together, and I was telling her, like, girl, can you, like, I don't know if she believed me or not, but I'm sure she did, because she knew that we were used to making a lot of money, like, selling in the wireless industry. But I was telling her about claims, and she went and got licensed. I mean, the money, like, it's like, it's not what it used to be, but it's still good. You know what I mean? It's still good.
When they're coming from making $16, $17, $18 an hour, and then you getting $2,000-$3,000 checks a week, $5,000, $6,000, $7,000 every 2 weeks. That is a major change.
$10,000 every 2 weeks, $12,000. Yeah.
Right hand to God, ladies and gents, that's on this live. I was clocking $10,000 a month for the last 2-3 months.
Yep.
And I didn't.
Her very first deployment.
My very first deployment. I didn't have. I could that lay you to the side, but you want to talk about some ACV, baby? I'm still a little sketchy on all that, but you know I can talk my walk and I can Google too.
$14,000 a month for you? That's good.
Yeah.
Katie, bring me your grandma's phone. Let me call your dad. Yep.
I didn't have any experience, so when you see the text alerts come in, like I tell my cousin and the people that came in behind me, so to speak, I said whatever they text you, text back yes or available. Whatever if they want 20 years experience, yep, yes, available.
Still text it back. That's right.
You never know.
That's right.
You never know.
That's
you
right.
Let them disqualify you. You don't disqualify yourself.
You don't come on now.
You do not disqualify yourself, and I've always been like that. I didn't ask anybody that personally know me. I'm gonna tell you from the gate. You keep asking until you find somebody to tell you what you're looking for. You don't never disqualify yourself.
Exactly.
If they text something about bachelors, they want PhDs. Yeah, available.
Right.
I'm an associate, but I'm available.
Exactly. Exactly.
Willing, ready, and able.
Available. And that's what I tell them. What's for you is for you. What is it, sweetheart?
Earlier I forgot what you said earlier, like the what grandma
what y'all wanted to eat.
I don't do so.
Okay. Yeah, that's like me getting those jobs with Allstate and Progressive. They required a degree. I applied anyway. What's for you is for you. You have to believe it. Like there's like me, like I don't have a college degree, and I'm sitting up here making between $10,000 and $15,000 a month. You know, I always think outside the box. I'm always going for something and doing something. Like I had a child when I was 14. Hey MG, I had a child when I was 14. So a lot of stuff was out of reach for me. You know what I'm saying? So
I had my first at 17, so I totally understand.
So That's why I say it takes a specific. I'll say a pilot. That's the question. It takes a specific type person like Legendary to jump in there and learn and take the initiative to get what she want and learn what she want on her first deployment, and she did that. I think every now and then on the live she would ask me a question and stuff like that. But other than that, she did that. She was on Google. Like, you have to have the wherewithal making this kind of money. You have to take some responsibility and go out there and get it when you don't know it. And a lot of people, I have a lot of people, male and female, that jumped into this stuff, didn't know nothing, didn't get no training, still deployed. Then I have some that just bottomed out. Like, you have to be a specific type person.
I think it's a mindset, and you can't be a defeated. Do not be a defeatist. Everything's not going to be for you. You're not going to always be in the first wave, so to speak, of calls. You might be in the last wave to maybe no wave. It ain't your time. Do what you need to do to, sharpen up your skills.
To be ready.
Do that. Like they say, you ain't got to get ready when you stay ready.
When you stay ready, yep. Be ready. Exactly.
And I'm going to tell you something else. Because you're not sitting in nobody's face, it's a little easier to fake it a little bit.
It is.
And that's all and that's why and I told my husband, the very first call I got was for a field adjuster's deployment. I was so thirsty, baby. It was unreal. The thirst was so real. And I'm like, oh my God. I'm like, ooh, I'm sitting here like, should I take it? Shouldn't I take it? Should I take it? And I had to tell the lady, I said, you know what? I'm just going to be honest with you. I'm not ready. I just couldn't. I in good conscience, I could not take it because I knew that I was gonna go down there and play in them people's homes because I don't know nothing about nothing. And what you're not finna do is send me home on the third day.
Right. Exactly. Give you that little money and send you home.
It's only so much faking it till you make it that you gonna do.
Right.
And I think I'm a little bit better behind this computer because I can have 2-3 phones to Google something on the fly if I need to. And baby, I was doing that too.
And it's all about, and then with property, if you, look, being able to apply that policy is like 75% of it. Because you want to go into that conversation knowing, this is my mom's phone. You want to go into that conversation knowing what's covered, and you want to just set the right expectation. You want to set the right expectation. But yeah, for the most part, when you call those people, you be confident who you are and you fake it till you make it. And then everything else we'll figure that out on the back end. Right.
But maybe that's the field adjuster. That's a little bit different because they be wanting to do all of square foot. When you read that, I was like, oh baby, no, I wasn't gonna be able to do this shit. I said I need some real training.
Right. And look, this not an interview, y'all. Legendary is on all my lives. So when I saw invite, I'm like, let me invite you. But yeah, she's been on my live since forever. She caught my very first live. I was so scared. And she came in chatting and stuff. This was before her deployment. And I was like, okay, I can do this. Now I can get on live and have 2 people and have the best time of my life. But I was so scared. You made me so comfortable. You did. You really did.
I was just like you guys. I just jumped in. Like I said, it was destined and it was a hope and a prayer. I was listening to who I thought was giving good information, and Becky has always given. I feel like she give you what she knows. She don't hold back. It's not it ain't a quid pro quo type of thing where they always want something for you and they try to. It just be a lot with dealing with certain folks sometimes, and I never got that from her and a couple of other adjusters on here.
Yeah. So when you look back, Legendary, when you look back, is there anything I said? And I know that it's different across the board. Things could be different, but for the most part,
that sticks with me. I could tell you, I already know it.
Okay.
You said, take one claim at a time. Take the claim you got, take your time, and work it till you can't work it no more. And once you said that, because I used to be stressing, and once you said, it's so simple, but it makes so much sense. Take your time, one claim at a time. Don't be trying to multitask 3-4 claims. You ain't got to spend 8 hours on one claim, but take a claim and give it what you need to give it for the time that you allotted yourself to give it. And you move on, you write down what you need to write down, if anything, in reference to that claim for the next day or the next 2, 3 days. And just be, organization is key. You're going to have some kind of organization, some spiral notebooks, baby. I was pulling spiral notebooks. I had paper. I had whatever. I was writing down on anything that was closest to me when they call, and they call. You got one something over here. You got to open up another.
Okay, we look like we lost it a bit. But yeah, y'all, I really try to give. Yeah, we had lost you for a second. Yeah, I really try to like give, like I really put it all out there. Like I can't do scripts, and I can't. It's like I'm not technically savvy, and and all that stuff. But I like watching other people who are and who could do all that. But I don't. Look, I'm 49 years old. I'll be 50 in a few months. And all I know is how to tell you, try to convey it in the way that I know how to. I'm not, I can only be true to me. I don't try to portray nothing. I'm not, like, I like, what you see is truly, truly what you get. I mean, truly, truly. I talk more now than I would probably if I saw you in person, but I would talk because I'm open and friendly like that. But like if I give you some information, it's either because I've experienced it or I've worked with somebody that's experienced it. I am a successful adjuster. I can own that. I didn't start off the best adjuster, but still going in as a successful adjuster, I make mistakes. The thing that set me apart, I own my mistakes. I'm gonna bring some people in that was on deployment with me. I'll be the first to say, dang, I missed that. Take ownership. Own that. Own it and move on. Because they don't like when you're trying to duck and dodge. I know I paid out an extra $1,000 one time. And I was like, tell me what you need to do. They was like, you know what? He already left with it because he was going to the office to sign the papers and pick up the check. We'll let him keep it. It's okay. They didn't say, oh, we're going to let you go tomorrow. They understand that I pushed out a lot of work and that mistakes were going to be made. When I said, I did do that. Actually, I caught it. I was like, oh, man, I hope you're sitting down. Look what I did. I caught it and I shared it. I didn't even they probably would have caught it doing audits. 6-7 months down the line, I would have been gone. But I caught it. I immediately took responsibility for it. I'm open to constructive criticism. I'm open to learning, realizing that I've been in this field a long time. A lot of things are changing and I don't know everything. And that's that. That's that. And my way, like I keep telling y'all, like, the people have 30, 40, 50, 60, 100 licenses. I don't. I have 10 or less I hover between 8 and 10. And that's worked for me. My daughter has 32 licenses. That's working for her. So it's so many different ways. And I just try to be, I really just try to give you the information. And then if you want my one-on-one help, I'm here. But as far as like anything else, like I give you the information. But then when you want to start emailing me saying, Miss Becky, call me, then you gonna pay me for my time because my time is valuable. But other than that, if you go to YouTube, look at me, look at other people, go to Google, go to your Department of Insurance or Department of Financial Services website, you get everything you need. But just like me with getting my course, I would still be writing my course book if I hadn't paid You're Just a Homegirl thousands of dollars to do something that she had already done before for her own state. She had already done it. Whereas I was just in chapter 1, she came in there and in a month had it written for me, or 2 weeks, what it was. I think we did it because I had to pay her in installments, baby. Like $1,000, like
yeah.
Installments, like
convenience sometimes.
Yeah, and it's the convenience that I pay for. I pay for her to do this because I would still be just getting able to sit down and work on this book. And not only that, she gave me, like, I think she got into the game in 2017, 2018. I gave her some game. She gave me some game. And I did something last week, and she was like, thank you. And I was like, iron sharpens iron. And iron sharpens iron.
I
We
like
don't have
that
to be
too. I
crabs
like
in a
that too.
bucket.
If
Yeah,
we can get out of that mentality as a person, a society, and a race, we would be doing a lot better in life.
right. Yep, we would be doing a lot better. Because a lot of people in other ethnicities, they share openly. But it's
Yeah.
like when we hit the jackpot, we be scared to share for
I don't know
whatever
how.
reason. And
What's
I've
for
never
you
been
is
like
for
that.
you, and what's for me is for me. And you have to tell people. And like you said, networking is good because, hell, you put me on, I put you on, we gonna both stay on.
Exactly. Exactly. Like the call I'm waiting for now. I
Mhm.
had never heard of this doggone company. Like, where in the world they came from? Because you have companies popping up all the time. And it was the lady that me and this lady is like this. And we only worked this deployment together. And she came
I
in
like
and she
those.
went behind me. I had a collision feature. She had the claimant feature, and she hit me in the team. She was like, I have really learned a lot from you because she was used to property. She's been in the field about 15 years, but she was used to property. This was her first auto. And she came in, I think, in February or March. She said, when I got your file and I started going back through your file on how you had everything set up, you helped me tremendously. And I sent her my number. Hey, here's my number. And me and her, this the one that drove down to Alabama. And me and her clicked, and she told me, I mean, just that I got people that I've been in contact with for 10 years. We just have a group text. Hey, y'all heard of this company? They hiring and this. It's so many companies out there, y'all, that y'all not privy to because you're new adjusters. I mean, it's so many.
You can use my pink one right there.
It's so many. I need to create that list. Now, that's truly a
Yeah,
money
it's
list.
it's a lot of them. Like it's over 100, and you don't know.
200.
Right up in a Walmart bag.
And then you don't, and that brings me to my list, y'all. This list gave people a chance as first because you can go Google these names. You can go Google. One of them I need to scratch off because they filed for bankruptcy.
Oh yeah, I think I know who. I heard
You know
about.
who? I need to go update that list and scratch them off.
The checks wasn't cashing.
That's heartbreaking. Don't you know I had two people
On that one.
I had three. One of them, she was sink or swim. I guess she's glad she sunk. Because the checks didn't cash. But I think once it's all said and done, they'll get their money. But
I think maybe day before yesterday in the groups on Facebook, I think somebody was saying that some of the checks have started to cash. So I hope they do because it ain't nothing like working without your pay. So I hope for the adjusters and the company's sake that they can, figure that portion of life out and get it together.
Yeah, because they didn't totally, from what I'm gathering, they didn't totally deny the checks.
Mm-hmm.
They didn't clear them, but they didn't say you can get them and tear them up. And that's what I was telling my mentees. Just leave it there. Ask your bank to hold it. And then when you see, I say, because they going to pay it. They just getting that bankruptcy structured. They going to pay you. They going to pay you because they still got money coming in from the insurance company. And they got to pay you. Because if the insurance company got to pay them for work that's been done, then they got to pay you. And they've been going through. They've been going through.
So, let me ask you this. If a person, because like I said, since now I'm not on deployment, I am doing my studies for a couple, I'm still doing my AIC. From the last time we was talking, I passed one of my tests, and then I was on the last day on crunch, so I was able to call them and extend it to the next, because it's a testing period. Mm-hmm. It's not like Adjust a Pro where you could take your tests whenever. You have, their testing dates are in blocks, so it's from, now my testing date is from January 15th to I think March 15th. So I had to go. My last testing date was from, I want to say it was 3 months. It's usually 3 months out. So it was from wherever it was to December 15th. And of course, me being on deployment, not really managing the time when I wasn't working to do it. So I took it's 4 courses. I took one course. I passed it. The other 3, I had it transferred over to the next testing block. Cost me $90 a test to do that. But that's the price.
Look, Legendary, send me an email.
Okay.
Send me an email.
Okay, I'll do that. But
Yeah.
now that I'm on, I have some downtime. I'm studying for that. But what would you say for me and the people coming in that haven't had? Because I'm still very, very, very extremely green. That 3 months, it gave me a look into the world, but I'm not completely versed. Oh, baby, I still don't know nothing. Let me tell you. What would you say? Where would you say go to look to learn about the policy itself?
You're gonna have to take a policy interpretation class.
Okay, I was online with yours the one time you did it. That was good. I still have those notes too.
But what we could do is I could actually host another policy interpretation class, and we could actually walk through. We could do like a mock damage report, like do the whole thing.
Okay.
Walk through the damage report. Walk through the. I'll see if I have some policies around here that goes all the way down to covering sump pumps and all that stuff right there. I know that's another big one out in Florida, and we could just walk through it together.
Units.
Yeah, that. The difference between condominiums and stuff like that. Give me a chance to go to NACA and come back, and I'll offer another one. Policy interpretation. It's still pending with the Department of Louisiana. I was waiting on that so I can issue a certificate, and it can be part of your CE courses. So that's what I was waiting on.
I got Louisiana as a state too.
Yeah. So
I have that license too.
Okay, so that's what I was waiting on. But yeah, it's just taking that policy interpretation class and just breaking it down and applying it. And then a lot of times too, with with different states, but we're going to talk about Florida right now. Things can even be broken down into specific counties and how they want a certain, what is the word? What am I talking about? What's the word? I know you had to deal with this.
ACD, ordinance and law.
Ordinance and law, yeah. So different counties have different ordinances and different things like that. And we could go in, and that's just something that generally the company is going to give you. Okay, so for this county, this is the ordinance, and we have to bring them up to here, so on and so forth. So that's something that like we can go over. We can go over lingo and just different things like that I'll include in it. But just give me a chance to go to Vegas and come back and then get it together, and that's something we can do. And then I may try to bring somebody else in with me as well.
Yeah, that would. If anybody's on here listening, her policy interpretation classes are really good. I took one she had this past summer. It had to be August sometime.
Yeah, I think it was August or September I had that class.
Yeah, it was right before Ian hit. I do remember that. It was very informative. And yeah, if she's gonna offer another one, I would definitely be in that. You do have to put into yourself. This is not you make a lot of money and you don't have to put a whole lot of money into yourself, but you are going to put some money in yourself if you want to be successful.
So let me ask you this. How much did you spend to go through the process of getting licensed, getting trained, taking the classes? How much did you spend doing that?
Okay, I'm going to say the class itself for the original first license that you need to even get into the industry, that was, I want to say maybe $268, and that came with the test to it. Then after you take your test for Florida, I'm not sure about anybody else. With Florida, you still have to pay for your appointment, which was maybe $60, $70. Okay, altogether, I'm not going to itemize it, but altogether with the licenses, I would say I was out of, I currently hold 19 licenses, but I'm going to say prior to me getting a deployment, when I got deployed, I think I had 17 licenses. I've acquired 2-3 more since then. So I'm going to say from July to October, I'm probably out of about, I'm not going to include the AIC course. So I'm going to say I'm out of about $1,800.
$1,800. And how much was your first check? Your first check?
The very, very, very first check I got that was wrong, it was like $1,300.
Okay, and then your second check where you made the corrections?
It was 91 and some change.
So she made her money back tenfold. Like when I say that, like
1 month.
yeah. You have to spend a little bit of money up front, and then it depends on you. Like if you feel like you could just jump into it and do it, all you have to do is pay for your licenses, your fingerprinting, whatever. And if you don't feel like you need mentorship, then you don't have to get it. If you feel like I'm gonna jump in there and I'm gonna sink or swim, but if you do feel like you could benefit from mentorship from anybody that resonate with you, then I'd say it's a great investment. Like I invested thousands of dollars into my school. I haven't recouped it yet, but I'm in the process of recouping it, right? And it's coming. And you know what I'm saying? And so then once I recoup that, everything on top of that is gonna be it's profit. And but I invested initially in myself. You know what I'm saying? Even my husband was looking at me like, I can't believe you spend that kind of money. I said, shit, I can't either. But I know I couldn't get it done. So, yeah, either way, I don't care if it's with me or with whoever. If you feel like you need the help, get it. If you feel like you could take the free information and go for it, do it. The only thing I ask is that you just come back and tell us, share the information. This is help. Each one teach one, giving everybody a chance to get a hands up. That's what I stand for. So even if you just take all the free stuff that I give, all the free stuff that I put out there, just share the information. Just share it, and I guarantee you it'll come back to you tenfold. Your blessings will just rain down on you.
That's the honest to God's truth.
That's the truth. It
is the honest to God's truth.
Yep. Give with no expectations and knowing. Look, the most touching one I've ever done. It's two that really sticks out to me. But one, it's a girl, she was making like $10 an hour. And she used to get on my lives all the time, but I know she's probably drowning in claims. But for her to go from $10 an hour to like $30 an hour. And to hear it in her voice, how her life is like, I already know she's under now because she don't be on social, like she used to be on everything I hop on. She drowning in claims, and when she come out, her whole she was up, she was crying, I was crying, and I have my own daughter, so to not only because I can just focus on mine, you know what I'm saying? But no, you have to. It's not just about you and yours, like. You have, and look, that's who I do it for. I do it for the young women and men, because I do have a 34-year-old son, y'all. But I do it for the young people, because I wish somebody would have told me about this when I was in my 30s, like in my 20s and 30s. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
And just to look, and it's not just claims, y'all. There are so many other ways to do it. My husband owned a trucking company. I know people talk about trucking and how we are not suffering. We made per $275 on one truck, but we're in that's last year $275,000. I'm thinking, and once I get all the paperwork, I'll come and show y'all. But it might be more than that. But once you take out the fuel and all that, we still. But anyway. There's so many different ways. We're in hazmat trucking. I understand that that's a little bit harder to get into, because it's hazmat, because you need Homeland Security clearance and all that. And the fuel did go up, but when the fuel went up, our rates went up. So we didn't suffer that hard, right? So that's another way to make $650. I mean, it's just so many different ways. It's not just adjusting. So if you don't feel like adjusting is for you, look for other avenues. Look for other avenues to do it. Get tunnel vision and do it. Don't talk about it. Don't, I love this move in silence thing. Like, that's the best thing you could ever do.
Let me piggyback off of a comment. A couple of the ladies in the comments was just saying that you inspired them.
Oh, thank y'all.
She inspired me as well. When I tell you,
thank y'all.
I used to be getting up. It was one portion of, I think, like the late summer. I don't know what you were doing, if you was on vacation or y'all, whatever you was doing. You wasn't no laugh, and I used to be I'd be like, where the fuck is Becky? I was going from live, I was going from TikTok to YouTube. I said, and then you would post, you was on vacation, you would post me and my husband in the truck. I'd be like, girl, I want to hear this shit. Tell me somebody, because I ain't got no deployment and I'm getting depressed. Like, where's you at?
I was taking my vacations, baby.
She on the moon, girl, and I ain't got no, I need some encouragement. And she's somewhere sipping damn mimosa.
In Mexico, riding around in Jeeps in the swamps.
Girl, you would have thought you owed me some money the way I was running down on your social medias like that.
Oh, thank y'all so much. I appreciate that. Yeah, me and my husband, we'll steal away in a minute. He works hard, I work hard.
Ain't this some foolishness?
And then we'll go and we'll be like, the kids enjoy this. Then we'll pay for the whole damn family to come. So here go the kids and the grandkids. So yeah, I really did. We had a great year last year. And look, I appreciate y'all. And I know, like, I've been mentoring people for a long time, but I kept it to people that would come to me or somebody referred them to me or something like that. So it's like God pushed me out into this. The universe just took my hand and said, well, Becky, let's see if you can reach more people. And y'all, I have touched so many people's lives in the last, when I started posting about claims, I don't know, in the last year, that it's almost overwhelming. And I'm so glad I did. Because again, y'all, there's a lot of adjusters out here. They're laying low and they are making their money and they ain't worrying about who to lift up. Or maybe their assignment is something else. Maybe they have another assignment in life. But there's so many people out here getting this money. You know, some people telling me, girl, I've been in this game too long not to be on 2 deployments. I'm like, huh? How the hell you do that? So 2 deployments, $20,000 to $30,000 a month. Like people that look like me. You know what I'm saying? So why not share the game? People that I done mentored out there, just, that's why I'm like, I gotta up my game. They killing it. So, you know, so I know that what I'm doing is not in vain. Even when I was tired, I would try to hop on, you know, like just to, you know, let y'all know. I really appreciate you, Legendary, for vouching for me, you know, and sharing your experience with everybody, because they like to hear from a different perspective sometimes, you know, from somebody new. I've been in this a minute. Is it possible to ask that time? Is it possible that I can make the money you make? Absolutely. Yes, it really is. And I appreciate you for when it said, oh, she could go live. Oh, okay. I've never done that before. Well, let's see what it's about. I appreciate you. You need to get from behind the camera and throw a few videos out there, you know, so you know.
Yeah.
But
take my bonnet off.
Right.
But yeah, you be lazy as hell. You don't be wanting to do a whole lot to nothing.
Yeah.
I know I don't. I be like, ooh, child.
Yeah, you can ask, what's that, AK Shorty TV? Yeah, you can use that. You just wouldn't be able to work for State Farm. Well, not probably. You wouldn't be able to work for them, but there's so many other insurance companies out there. There's so many. I haven't worked for State Farm in a long time. I mean, a long time. A long time. So, and that's because when I told you I left that deployment, that's the one I left. And I've never looked back. Now for workman's comp, I do have a list. I don't have it right here. Let me see. I emailed it. I do have a list of a few companies, but to get in on workman's comp, the best thing to do is get your resume updated. Go to LinkedIn. Is it LinkedIn? Yeah, LinkedIn. Create your profile and you start following those companies and engaging with those companies that offer the workers' comp. Let me see what I can pull for you. Give me just a second. I can't find it. Shoot me an email and I'll send you. I think I have a list that I sent out to another one of my TikTok friends. She had asked about it, and I'll send you the same list. But yeah, LinkedIn, not so much Indeed. Like Indeed, Indeed jobs be so watered down. But if you really want to get into, the Hartford, if you really want to get into, adjusting and insurance and just the whole, because it's so vast, LinkedIn is a great place to get on there and network, and especially with these companies, and then other people will start to following you and different things like that. Like I need to go update my LinkedIn profile. I need to create one for my academy as well. I just hadn't taken the time to do it. But LinkedIn is a great place to see those types of companies that offer. Did you say Indeed is where the scammers reside? Yeah, but yeah, go to LinkedIn and create your profile, and it's just like a social media app. Well, you can learn a lot. You'll find out about companies you never heard of. But if you shoot me an email, yeah, you haven't done it yet. I have one. I had one profile I took down,
but I can't figure it out. I ain't gonna say I can't. I just
haven't had the time.
Devoted the time to figure it out. I'm on there, but I'm on there, but it ain't talking about nothing. My page ain't talking about nothing.
Yeah, don't go follow those insurance companies. Put claims adjuster like in your bio and stuff like that. Like I got right now, people requesting the file. I'm like, I ain't got nothing going on over here, but okay. I said I was gonna get a bit more active on the business side of it. But yeah, LinkedIn is a great place to get started and find companies that you've never heard about, especially workers' comp.
Okay.
Is it IA or staff? Is what IA or staff? Let's see. Oh, it could be IA or staff. This is like Sedgwick. They have contracts for workers' comp, commercial, litigation, auto, property, all that. So when you go to an IA firm, it could be either. It could be either. And when I said that a company sent some people to Puerto Rico, that was Sedgwick's. That was from their roster. Like I'm on their roster. That was from Cedric's roster that sent those people to Puerto Rico paying that money, paying $25.
I know that was a lucrative deployment. I wonder how long did they actually wind up staying?
They supposed to be coming back this month. I think a couple people have already made it back. Yeah, they're people millionaires damn near.
About a coin in their pocket, baby.
Mosquitoes and tore them up. They wipe their butts with leaves.
They might speak a little Spanish now. It's fine.
Yep, they got rashes and stuff, but guess what? They probably came home with about $600,000. Exactly. But yeah, that was Sedgwick. And you had to have experience and stuff like that to jump on something like that. And be willing to sleep outside in the elements or whatever. But I think eventually they started finding places with power and stuff like that. But y'all, that's all I got. We've been on here for a minute. My husband is blowing my phone up. He's on the road tonight.
Thank you so much for having me. I hope you were able to encourage you, ladies and gentlemen. And there is no such thing as failing. You just have to keep trying. If it don't work for you, you get knocked off, you dust yourself up, you get back up, and you get back on that horse.
There you go. You fail forward.
Just learn from your lessons and keep it moving and push forward. That's it. That's all.
Thank you, Regina. Yeah, you fail forward. There's nothing wrong with falling. My guy, what's his name? What's his name? When you fall, try to fall on your back, because if you can look up, Les Brown. If you can look up, you can get up. There's nothing wrong with failures. Yep. It just points you in the right direction. Up. That's not the way to go. Go this way. That's it. There's nothing wrong with failures. I'm about to hop off here. Legendary. Thank you so much. Don't forget to send me that email, because I got something I want to send you. So send me that email. I got something I want to send you. I want you to look into. And thank you guys for hopping on my live. I appreciate it. And I'm gonna try to bring people in like that a lot more often. Legendary, do you have 1,000 followers? I'm trying to see how I was able to bring you in.
I couldn't even tell you how many followers I got.
Let me see.
I don't really post too much. I just more so scroll.
I can't
I don't know
even
what
see.
I got on there.
I'm gonna go on there and look. What you say? You don't know what you got.
I went in, I promise you, I was in there trying to print some stuff for my class, and I had my phone. I put my phone in my pocket, and it touched something, and then you said, you can go live with me, and I'm like, hell, I don't know. And we went from that, so I don't know.
Right.
And I enjoyed myself so much.
Oh yeah, you do. So next time you can do video, you do, girl. You almost got 1,000 followers.
Look at me.
Look at you. Yes.
I go to the Creator Fund now.
Girl, I hear you don't want to go over there.
Girl, I'm too in the cut and laid back to be always front and center like that. I don't like that.
And typically that's me too. I'm telling you, this is divine intervention, because if Rubens could tell you, me and her worked together for like the last, like in the wireless industry, so she know me. But I'm typically like that too. I'm telling you, this is divine intervention. And then I'm over there on Facebook, baby, trying to get that money. I'm making videos, I'm editing.
What's that lady name? Somebody, May. She, girl, listen, that's a fool within itself, but she getting her coin off social media, so
Oh yeah.
she doing something right.
Oh yeah.
Like her. And I go to the Creator Fund now. I got 1,000 followers.
Right. Girl, you got almost 2,000. But okay, y'all,
I wish I don't be looking.
Right.
I never know.
Look, next time you're gonna have to take the bonnet off so we can see your face.
Girl, I know. Next time I will. I was in the process of taking my hair down, so it's a little too rough.
Okay. All right, y'all. Well, thank y'all so much. I appreciate Legendary for hopping on with me.
Thank you.
I'm about to go get these kids and my mama something to eat, and I'll see y'all again. I've just been busy with my onboarding this week, and that's why I haven't been getting on in the morning. So I was like, let me hop on, let my people know what I'm doing. And if I get that deployment or whatever, that property deployment, whatever, I'll let y'all know. Y'all know I let y'all know everything. So other than that, y'all have a good night, and I'll see y'all next time.
You too.
All right. Bye, Legendary.
Bye-bye.
All right, YouTube. See y'all later. I appreciate y'all.